the chat. I'm sorry. I felt the need to read those out loud because of how silly they look.
Over here, he has a sword.
Really? News to me. Okay, so that's done, that's done. And this. All right. First off, I just want to say a real quick thank you to everybody for tuning in so far. If you're on the YouTube side of things, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. VODs do go up on the YouTube channel at Blind Extras a couple days after the stream's over. If you are new here, this is a crowdfunded channel. I am able to do this in the format that I do because people throw money at the stream. If you enjoy the channel and the way that I run the stream, the best way to support me in this nonsense is by sharing it around, telling a friend, leaving a like on the stream, or Twitch is telling me that my subs are on sale, but I don't recall doing that, so now I'm suddenly very confused. What? Like, I refreshed Twitch and I got a notification like, I didn't turn this on. What are you doing, Twitch? Maybe it's just like a unique to me thing. Why is it telling me to gift subs in my chat? Anyway, apparently there's a sale on Twitch, so I don't know. They don't tell me. Oh, they're on sale for you too? All right. Gray Thursday? Maybe. Oh yeah, true, actually. Anyway, Twitch has a sale, so that's kind of neat. But aside from that, I maintain funding because people throw money at me. So if you have a hat next to your name, I just want to say thank you for helping keep this channel funded in the format that I do it. Deep had a golden Kappa train last night? Oh, hell yeah! So Twitch has been doing stuff with Dwarf Fortress lately. Nah, those just happen periodically. Like it's like your odds go up if you haven't had a hype train in a while, I think. But like, yeah, no, it's just a % chance that they happen. Wow. I mean, not
Orange
specifically.
TJ cheered. X1000. Did somebody say throw money?
Thanks for the 10 bucks. I mean, I didn't say that. I don't think. I didn't say throw money. I said I make a living because people throw money at me. Anyway. All that being said, thanks YouTube folks for tuning in and lurking. Thanks Twitch chat. Thanks Orange for the 10 bucks, which I'm gonna pay you back for the tickets that you bought for Warped Tour anyway. So anyway, I disabled this overlay now. I mean, it's kind of a misnomer because it doesn't actually annoy me. All right. So. Let's do a little bit of an overview. I'm still getting used to this new mouse. Like, my old mouse's mouse wheel was so fucked that, like, I had to scroll about twice as much to actually scroll the mouse. And it's taking a lot of getting used to like, actually have a mouse that works, I guess. The named dwarves in the fort currently are Zapper, Glass Half Empty, T-Dog, as well as Darut. We did have some deaths yesterday. Quasar is in the fort. But we also got a lot of new dwarves yesterday. We got Butch. We got Rin Offspring. We've also got Mr. Mondays, Snail, and Atrock, Sloth Dad, Viking, and Synthetic Cat Girl. We've also got Diamond Destruct, Brayden, Lanix, Dinesta, Wilmar, a Kenton, and Man-Bear Dwarf, and Dominoc, Lederan, and Mr. TV Jr., and I think that's everybody. Do I have any cats yet? I did say I would give you a cat, didn't I? Or you did ask for a cat, I think. I do, in fact, have a cat. So, yes. And what? Gunmetal Unicorn. I mean, you died, so it's not you. Then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to turn that on. YouTube, folks. Oh, right, yes, you're a goose. Sorry, I did forget about that. The goose named Unicorn and Meep, the KV boar, are also still alive. I always forget to check the animals. Thanks for reminding me. You did ask for somebody who was silly, so I gave you a goose. Can you name their owner? Do I name them Wicked Cat? Let's see who their owner is. I was gonna give somebody to YouTube chat first, and you're being so nice. I must just. Who is their owner? Actually I can't, because their owner is Quasar. Or they own Quasar specifically. Because as you can see, like, this turkey is owned by Nomal. This cat adopted Quasar. Cats are the only livestock in the game that adopt their owners. And my phone is vibrating. Is it my dad? Nope. Every now and again, you just get like a text where you're like, man, with like out context, that is really grim. My aunt just sent me a text to do with will-related things. Like, and started it off with just like, in case I die. I was like, wow, okay. But like reading that's actually not so crazy. Oh, that makes sense. I'll respond to that later. It's like, that started off at 11. Budgie, thanks for the bits. Do I have any clothers? Yes. Would you like one with beard or without beard? Although the without beard is a little pissy. Although actually I'm kind of curious. They're all watching a dance. They're watching the Lilac of Pantomimes, which is a participation dance originating in the Lance of Men. The form guides dancers on improvised performances. So Twitch keeps telling me that I have to gift 3 more subs to upgrade my badge. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm doing this purely to make the notification go away. And also so that Twitch stops telling me about this sale. So have a, like, random 5-pack of subs, Jet. Congratulations to the winners. I'm getting annoyed about this notification. Hopefully that makes the thingy go away. Or maybe I just have to turn it off globally. Turns out, bugging people works. Although I get a lot of that money back, so it's minimal cost for me. No beard, please? Okay, so if you're all right with the slightly more pissed off one, we'll give you that one. I'm gonna see if I can turn this off because it's annoying me. No, I guess it's like a user settings, not a channel setting thing. I'll look into that later. All right. And once I'm done with this, Toast Cat will get to you with the Metalworker Dwarf. Toast Cat, the sequel. Wicked Cat, you're a little stressed. You do have a pet turkey, it turns out. You do have quite a few friends in the fort, too. You're stressed out because you saw a goblin's dead body in the year 265, turns out. She hates vows, obligations, and promises and other binding elements that could restrict her life, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is very quick to anger after seeing a goblin's dead body and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She's currently less private and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She lives a fast-paced life, and she likes to brawl. She is currently more rude and becomes very focused during conversations when she's trying to remember something. And she stammers when she's excited. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects perseverance. She likes native silver and tin, sard, as well as finger lime wood, giant brown recluse spider silk, and turkeys for their gobble. And the sight of the couple of glossing, if impossible, she prefers to consume banded knife fish and parsnip wine and chestnuts and absolutely hates slugs. Not simultaneously. Well, yes, you can, but if you name like 5 dwarves in the fort that are all alive simultaneously, I'm going to start naming them silly things or like just giving you a table when you ask for a dwarf. Really swifty. But yeah, if your dwarf dies, you can have a second one. You can have a replacement. But my only real request is, like, if a dwarf dies, maybe wait until the next stream. But that's just a request. It's, like, not actually a hard and fast rule. Toast Cat would like a metal worker. Yeah. Which one would you like, Toasty? Yeah, no, that's totally fine. I will just give you a slight variation on your name. The happier one? Okay. Like, sometimes I'll just, like, cut the usernames in half. Like, I had Unlimited Bananas once had a dwarf, and they died the same stream. The next stream, they got Bananas, and then Bananas died the same stream, and then they got Unlimited, and then Unlimited died the same stream, and then the next stream, they got Banana Unlimited 2, and then they stayed alive for a very long time and became a noble. So, you know, 4th time's the charm, I suppose. You're happy after sleeping in a very good bedroom. I love this dwarf's, like, definition of like, a good bedroom. It's, like, just a bed in a sandy hole with floor. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He is trusting and he doesn't focus on material goods. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding and often feels lustful. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Exactly, pun intentional. Hey, Wretched. It's not an there was a, like, right after Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, it was like day 2 or 3, Wretched Television, and I had like 2,000 people watching. There was a person that redeemed a dwarf, and I missed them when they redeemed a dwarf because there was a lot going on at that moment. And I spotted that they'd redeemed a dwarf, felt bad, mentioned it. They were still in the chat, gave them their dwarf, refunded the points because I felt bad, and named their dwarf, unpaused the game, and before I deselected the dwarf died. So, like, there's been times where, like, seconds after I've named dwarves, they've died. Like, literally, they were in a waterfall, the waterfall froze, dead. It's maybe one of the greatest things that's ever happened to me during a stream, but also I felt horrible. I can't remember what I did. I don't think I gave them another dwarf either. I think it was like, well, that sucks. Anyways, Toastcat II personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect and values nature. He likes petrified wood and electrum and alexandrite in the color orchid pink. Barrels and giant honey badgers for their striped faces. The sight of the azure petals and impossible prefers to consume black bullhead and bumblebee mead. And hates slugs. Oh wow, haven't used that. I haven't seen anybody use that command in a while. I do have a library, so I should be able to give you a scholar. Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot it existed. Freeways. Pick an unnamed dwarf, and I'll scholarify it for you. That is a command for people who give me too much money. They can skip the line. Once it's off cooldown, Wretched, it'll just say that you don't have perms for it. It also lets them name other people. Gonna just move my phone over here so that the vibrating stops picking up on my microphone. But Freeways, what kind of dwarf do you think suits you? I mean, that's a lot of pressure for me then, Skython. But then I have to undoctor them. Because they get unassigned from the hospital. Let me just double check. Yeah, literally. It unassigns them from the hospital if I do that. Oh well. I'll throw a different dwarf in there. Freeways. Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to Square's natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is curious and eager to learn, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical application. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she has an active imagination. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she can handle stress. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dear Aunt, please. I need to look at this. But do you need doctors if you have specialists? So, like, essentially, those doctors are my specialists. Still texting me. Whew. She sent one more text. Okay, can I just complain about people above the age of 50 for a second here? What is it with, I'm working, I will read this after I'm finished working, responds with, okay, and then responds with a thumbs up emoji. Like, you know what I mean. Anyways, I'm just gonna not put my phone in airplane mode, but put my phone away. No, so essentially, like, the doctors thing, these specialists do specific tasks by default. So doctoring, surgery, bone setting, etc. are specialized tasks that only these dwarves can do by default. But if you go to orderlies and you edit it, I sometimes just set it so that orderlies are everything. But instead what I have in the case of this particular fort, actually I'm just going to reset that to default, is I have this other one, which I should actually turn off now, called In Dire Need, which is, oh no, the fort's fucked because half of the fort is like super angry. This is just all of the like orderly tasks and specialized doctor tasks. So I sometimes make like these like emergency work orders that, like, if for some reason 3/4 of the fort is injured and I just need people to get their wounds tended to, I'll turn this on, and this will like basically effectively make these irrelevant. But I only do that in like case of absolute emergency, so I kind of forgot to turn it off. But so let's do a real quick tour of the fort. My front lawn is supposed to be flooded with lava. This is working as intended. Not entirely. So these two bridges were supposed to get connected to a lever just like these two were. but these two didn't get connected quite quick enough, so it overflowed a little bit. So I'm just waiting for this to cool off. Once this is cooled off, then we can go back to it working as intended, like I said. The idea here is I will be able to close these and then essentially just fill up this over here, my wall. And it currently is filling right now off of my front lawn being full of lava. I'm not entirely sure what the long-term point of this is. Aside from that, I now have lava here. What I think I'm going to do with it is use this as like a sort of reservoir and as a method to then fill this outer layer all the way up to the brim, which is really what I want. Then I'm going to potentially repurpose this because this up here is where I was pumping the lava in out of the volcano. I'm thinking about repurposing this so that I have a couple of different places I could pump lava to outside of the volcano. And without like being too specific, I'm thinking, because I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to build this. I might move these forward one and basically allow lava to just flow freely from up here so I can get more flow in. But if I had like a way of like pushing a button and just like dumping a bunch of lava somewhere outside of the volcano, I think that would be very handy. Like sieges tend to be showing up over here, but I've also had some come from down here. If I could just like push a button and just dump a bunch of lava here, I think that might be very helpful. So dwarves love mist. They don't love lava mist. Lava mist and mist have two very different effects. Mist makes them happy when they get it on their faces. Lava mist just sets them on fire. So no, they don't love lava mist, but they do like mist. Dwarves, big fan of the video game Mist. Right here is my back door, so this is how we're leaving and entering the fort at the moment. I'm actually going to chop down some of these trees. And then on this side, well, I obviously need to wait for it to cool off a little bit before I can use it. So right now would actually be a really bad time to get attacked because most of my defenses are not usable at the moment. I'm also going to deconstruct 2 of these catapults, actually maybe 3 of them, and then just plop in some bolt throwers. Because I have the extra bolt throwers. We burning down forts? I mean, I'm not burning it down. I'm simply flooding moats. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Definitely. Also, siege engines. Let's just set everything to be loaded. And also check up here real quick. I need more bolts. I do need more bolts. Also, a peasant was possessed. No walls, just bolt throwers? Well, the enemies just go over walls. And if there's, like, just directly no walls, then they will just, like, scale the wall. I've got to finish these. I've got to make these temples happy. I think I started it yesterday, so let's see if we can finish it. I've got a lot of bedrooms that we need to make. Yes, I did start it yesterday, so that's good. I got a lot of bedrooms that we need to make, and among other things, so I think it's time to dive into it. Seabass, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Apparently Twitch is doing a sale or something today, and it kept notifying me, so I gifted 5. Appreciate it. I presume it's like Black Friday thing. Okay, that's set to up downstairs, which is what I wanted. Let's just do walls real quick. That's kind of a whoopsie. Didn't intend that. screwed that up. I'll just fix this by doing that. And let's throw some of these in. Grab you, do that, because I'm going to be rebuilding these anyway. And this is what? This is a temple to the Blameless Doctrine, which wasn't this one, right? No, that's the Moral Coven. The Blameless Doctrine. This dwarf claimed a craftsdwarf shop, which is down here in your strange mood. We'll follow you briefly. Glad they've been helpful, Seabass. Appreciate it, mate. No actual defense, just an open path and only broke bolt throwers. I kind of had like this idea last night while I was staring at the ceiling, pretending that I was trying to fall asleep, which I was, it just wasn't working. I had this idea in my head of like, imagine a fort where instead of building like organized walls and stuff, you just have collections of tree houses everywhere with different bolt throwers in them, with tunnels going from underground to above ground into where the bolt throwers are. And then if you go underground anywhere, there's just more bolt throwers. I was kind of like envisioning that the other night and thinking that it would be amusing if nothing else. I really need to organize my animals better, but for right now, this is what we got. I would make a good video. I mean, it's kind of like Vietnam War tactics, right? It's like comparing like a grand strategy game to StarCraft. It's kind of like a non-comparison because they're such different games. The difficulty comes from very, very, very different places, NSN, and Dwarf Fortress is more obtuse and or overwhelming, whereas RimWorld is like mean to the player. So it's very different kinds of difficulty. Would have to play Fortunate Son, but then I wouldn't be able to make a video because it would just get demonetized immediately. Or blocked globally. I actually don't know what that song does. Yep, I helped organize it. Well, helped organize part of it, Travenoid. Is there going to be a Dwarf Fort Potato this year or next? We decided not to do one this year because there just wasn't enough people that, like, we couldn't get a sign-up list. Like, I did the early kind of asking around of people to, like, gauge interest, and there wasn't going to be enough people to be able to put together enough people to run one that would last longer than an afternoon, Travenoid. So it depends on if that's changed by next year. Like, RimWorld just has this ridiculously large community where, like, you can just kind of put out feelers and get a list of 30 people without too much difficulty of people that are interested in taking part in a charity marathon like that. But we did 2 for Dwarf Fort, and the second one was like pulling teeth, and we had a bunch of people drop out last minute, and I looked into doing a third one, and it just didn't seem even remotely feasible. So maybe I'm open to the idea, but there needs to be the streaming community present. The streaming community needs to be present for it and up for it. And if that doesn't happen, it won't happen. So it depends. Travenoid in YouTube chat. You never had the reflexes for StarCraft, which may actually require pretty... Oh, no, absolutely. Like, to play StarCraft at an even remotely competent level requires some skill. And a lot of coordination. All right, the Forgotten Beast, Deathy, has come. An enormous scaly bristleworm. Oh, those are very weak because they've got lots of brain. It has wings of stretched skin, and it squirms and fidgets. Its chestnut scales are jagged and close set. Beware its deadly blood. Okay, what layer is it in? Depending on what layer it is in, we may have to fight it. This one is not in the layer that I have access to at the moment. I have access to the lowest most layer. So this may just go die to another Forgotten Beast or something else. But I do not have access to this cavern layer at the moment. I have access to this one, which is the lower one, down here. It's just, okay. Oh, is that what its thoughts were? I didn't look. Some migrants have arrived. Let's actually take a peek. Because I need to maybe build out a squad down here. So dwarves that I see that may enjoy being in the military are going to get tossed in the military. At least the population is finally climbing. Yesterday, the goblins seemed very uninterested in invading us. We only got hit by 1 siege. You'll do okay when you grow up. So if the game continues to be a little bit kind to me, that is good. Poor empathy, poor focus, leisurely disdains eloquence. Dreams of raising a family. Lives at a leisurely place, does not often feel lustful, fearful. Great. Getting a bunch of scaredy dwarfs. Oh, you're a novice. Hammer dwarf. Work's been dragging the past 3 days? What's the reason for that, Under the Brim? Finds obligations to finance. She's conflicted by this for more than one reason. To anger, sometimes. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. You might do okay. Although she's musical and resists sickness. We'll see how you fare. Oh, wrong dwarf. What about you? You're a novice mace dwarf. Values peace. Have we broken 200 pop? 155 at the moment. Clumsy. Well, that's not good. Dreams of mastering a skill. How are you? Are you brave? Bearded dwarf, and he's fine. Do you want me just to give you the next bearded dwarf that I see? I mean, I could just give you this guy. Like this guy? Do you have a specific name, or is just pun intentional good? Every dwarf needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's like humans need water to like function. Dwarves need alcohol to function. Like human bodies are 70% water, dwarven bodies are like 79% alcohol. Pun intentional is good. Okay. He personally disdains the law and values tradition and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Values peace over war and dreams of raising a family. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He's very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accomplishments. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he's quick to form negative views about things. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he likes to take it easy. He can handle stress. He's moved by art and natural beauty. He's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he has a greedy streak. I'm going to keep this dwarf as a weaponsmith, I think. He's proud of his talents and accomplishments and cracks his knuckles when he's bored. You're a competent weapon user. Poor memory, not creative. Good. Oh, doesn't like those that develop a skill with weapons and fighting. Distasteful. That's always sad. Basically means that they will just hate the process of training. And what's with all these fucking bunny rabbits? God damn. Bring me some useful livestock at least. Can't even make a burger out of that. He generally doesn't care about art one way or another in terms of mastering his skills. Prone to hatreds and often is brave in the face of imminent danger. Get in the military, boy. What's your name? You did. Undib, not udib. You have poor kinesthetic chance. Doesn't care if others take time to master skills. Okay, this is once again a temple for the blameless doctrine, which should be getting finished-ish. Also need to widen my main staircase soon. Yeah, we've had a lot of that. More trained rabbits. I did once have a bunny rabbit kick a giant in the head. I feel like that's just all rabbits. All rabbits are trained for war. They're just unfortunately very ineffective. Although the true shame about rabbits is that, like, you know, biggest issue I have with this game. Actually, maybe not true. One of the biggest issues I have with this game. Rabbits, when you slaughter them, give you nothing but a skull. That is it. No meat, no leather, no usable substance, no fat, literally nothing. Just a skull. If they gave literally anything else, without question, I would use them for, like, livestock. Like, sure, if they gave me, like, 2 meat or something, or, like, a piece of leather, something, I would use them. But because they don't, I don't. You think it's intended that they're useless? Oh, probably. I mean, they are useless. But, like... It's like, for a lot of people, it's like, I wish that people wish that bins work differently, or like, there's lots of different mechanics, I think, that I commonly hear that people say, man, I wish that this worked differently. That's the one for me. It's like, guinea pigs and bunny rabbits are just, like, functionally useless. And it's just... Grr. Tarn some rabbit to change his mind. Tarn, are you trying to make... That seems like a pun, but, like, reading it doesn't land. So maybe workshop it? You'll get there eventually. I have faith. You think it's an oversight? I know that, like, mead having a value of 1 has been confirmed a typo for a while. What's funny is that it's confirmed a typo and Tarn hasn't fixed it. That, or, like, it isn't actually a typo and Tarn just doesn't like mead and just, like, won't admit it. I'm willing to, like, adopt that conspiracy theory. Nah, I feel like Tarn just forgets. Radbug. Unless, like, you're saying that maybe we could get a magic spell that could just, like, add, like, the, like, meat to animals. So I could just, like, cast a spell that just makes rabbits have meat now. But, like, that's a little fucked up if you think about it. All right, so this is zombies. Cool. The dead walk. Hide while you still can. Okay, I'm just going to pause the game. Finish assigning this temple. The blameless doctrine. They worship Mestos, the same as every other popular religion in this fortress, the god of torture, generosity, charity, sacrifice. And an ad break's about to run. Unless it just ran and I completely missed it. Does what go 2 for 1? Bioactive. The ad break? Sorry, I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm not comprehending the question. Bioactive. I'm just gonna worry about this. Oh, there it goes. Ad break just started, so I will wait. Yeah, I mean, guinea pigs are a delicacy in some parts of the world. Gutenberg craft. And rabbit is a delicacy anywhere that rabbits exist because there's trillions of them. So, like, they're like rats that don't spread as many diseases. Oh, right. Okay, no, I get it. It's a math joke. Right. Hello, Alphanaut. How's my fellow coffee fan doing? Since torture is inconceivable for dwarves, doesn't that... Well, I mean, I've seen gods... dwarves worship gods that, like, is the god of murder, but just because something is a crime and inconceivable, it doesn't mean that the topic can't be, like, contemplated or meditated on, right? So, like, a dwarf could be meditating on murder, but not actually murdering somebody, you know? It's sort of like how I have no interest in ever joining the military and running around and wall jumping like they do in modern military in real life, just like in Call of Duty. But I've played a Call of Duty before. I'm not comparing Call of Duty to religion directly, but I guess that's kind of what I just did. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have poisonings, so I doubt it. Mesa music? On nothing but starved rabbits for months? Is this like one of those... Because, like, I've never heard of whatever that is, Devilish. Is this one of those things that, like, is actually, like, a vitamin C deficiency? Okay. So I'm going to turn on this burrow. Because my migrants are literally still entering the fort. The zombies are all up here. That is not a small siege, but at the very least it is just zombies. They seem to be clustering back here. I wonder if they're going to have a commander or a leader. Okay, they're going to start moving towards the fort in a moment. I do have some human merchants on the map right now, which is a bit of a problem. Thankfully, they can leave off the edge of the map. We've also got this person, who's Avi Thadimu, Snarled Listens, who's the chief of whatever this crew is, and they're wielding an iron mace. They have no known kills. Bet you have some powers. No, they weren't. They were just entering the map. But when their commander enters the map, they then regroup. Just seeing what they're doing. They're not that well armed, so that's good. Now they're moving towards the fort. Okay. So, I'm just going to scan the edge walls. I think based on where the trees are, I could probably just raise the bridge and wait for this to drain enough. Because if I do that... If I do that, I can probably just fight them here, which would be safer. So I think I'm going to just try to raise this bridge. We're out in the woods for half a year with nothing but rabbit jerky to eat. Yeah, that sounds about right. Going for that rock right there? Yes, you are. Okay, so the way is shut. The zombies have no way into the fortress for the moment. The way is shut. So now we just need to kind of hope that everybody made it into the fort. And if they didn't, oh well. Hopefully they can outwalk the zombies. We just need to wait for this to clear, which shouldn't take too long. To make ramps over walls. Yeah, Dwarf Fort, it would be like trope appropriate, but Dwarf Fortress doesn't have the ability for things to pile, I guess. The most recent Future of the Fortress actually talks about pile tiles, which is a very funny series of words. And pile tiles are like what would happen if Dwarf Fortress ever tried to have like an official implementation of like a infinite stockpile, which the game doesn't currently have.
Honking for 31 months, good gravy.
You know, you've had enough of an effect on me that I literally put a Creed meme in one of my shorts. So it's certainly been a 31 months. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for sticking with it. I don't think that they ever would get rid of infinite stockpiles. What I think would actually end up happening is tile piles would just be something that you designate. But I do like saying the words tile pile because it's kind of funny sounding. We should be at the value required in a moment here. Just wish my broker didn't suck. Have I traded with you guys? Okay, well they're packing up and getting ready to leave anyway. Hope they can leave through the caverns, otherwise. Oops. We're ready to recognize priesthood. The holy blanket of the blameless doctrine. Well, that's kind of adorable in a funny way. Diamond Destruct, Quasar, or Ashrock? Let's go with Ashrock. Ashrock. The holy blanket. It's a very cozy temple. I'm actually going to rename this to from the fair temple to the cozy temple because that's really funny. Can I not say... I can't say cozy or comfy? Nope, can't say wholesome. Warm it is. The Warm Cathedral. Must be great at comforting upset dwarves, hopefully. Here's hoping. Now I've got a demand for another temple, which is the Snarling Denomination. How could one forget that? It's the jackal of religions. Perfect opportunity to use Crypt Comfy Silver Sheep. I would say dwarves are put in extreme positions that cause them to kill things. You do remember once culling 50 ducks and getting no meat? I'm pretty sure ducks give meat. Do they not? At least they give eggs. Do ducks produce no meat, chat? I always thought that duck had meat. It was very small amounts of meat. So you can make pie dough? But how good is that pie dough? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I guess it is Merc and Thanksgiving this weekend. How you guys, for those of you who celebrate, you doing the food stuff? Going out? Do you have plans? There's a slight chance I might be doing Christmas dinner with my parents at my house, or at my apartment, I guess. And if that ends up happening, I ain't cooking. I'm like just gonna go to one of those places where you can just like buy ready-made holiday meals and just do that. Not because I'm lazy, but because like I don't actually have that big of a kitchen. And even if it's just for like my parents and me, like that, I don't actually have the space for that. You prefer a seafood spread, but here we are. Why not both? Troll just got. Also, are you still besieged by the endless troll mass? Silver She. It gets 1 to 0 meat. Oh, really? I wonder if it's based on Butcher skill, because I know that Butcher skill is based on combat. Like it's a combat roll. It's been going on forever. That's wild, man. Like, when are you just gonna charge them? You still have 60 trolls on a map after a full season? Okay, that's not that long then. Sieges usually hang around outside your fort without access, historically, for about 2 seasons. And then they start to leave after 2 seasons, except for zombies, which will just stay forever. So, presuming that's still the case, should maybe be a year that they'll hang out, at most, I would say. At a guess. It's a nice little color variant. Oh, geez. Kind of screwed the stairs up. No. Senger, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. I'll charge if they stay longer than they're supposed to. Gotcha. Them crawling around inside the active volcano? Are you draining a volcano? Because that's kind of baffling. Let's just use Daysite for the floors in here. Also, chat, could I get a couple beers for that resubscribe with Prime? Please and thank you. Has an actual bug? Is it a spider? Because those are arachnids, not bugs. Unless you found a maggot. That probably is a bug. Or some flies. Maybe it's a giant fly? I had a fort that was getting assaulted by giant flies once. It was kind of horrifying and also kind of sad and funny at the same time. Because they died very quickly, but were scary enough that they spooked the dwarves pretty badly. The dwarves didn't like it very much, I guess, is the way to put it. You heard that zombies' first thought was people from hell? Heard that zombies and your first thought was the people from Hell Forts had spread to here somehow. Oh, no. No, these are just zombies from the local residential necromancer tower. And they're cronies, if you will. Everybody's favorite fantasy villain. Did you ever get everything that you needed? No, you didn't. All right, so you got 2 rocks. Stone rock, cloth thread, tree life. What's after that? Bones. Okay, gotta butcher something. Easy enough. Let's just go back up to where I was. What's up, hey dude one? You had a dwarf asked to join your 43 times rapid fire, so you proved it. And that many times make it go away, so the performer's symbol is laid out 43 times next to his name. Oh, that seems like a bug. I wonder if that's like, I would do like a hard save, like hit escape and save and continue playing. Name it, and then like stick it in a zip file when you're done and send it to the devs. Because that certainly sounds like a bug. When you said actual bug, I thought this was going to turn into a joke about how there was like some flies on your map or something. Okay, so this right here is going to be the snarling denomination. Then we'll check the front lawn and see if it's cooled off enough. It is good to know that the zombies can't build. New guild hall. Although, watch me, like, regret that. There it is. And this is, like, actually a religion that worships a different god. The Sprayed Chapel worships the god of fish. Oh no, shit. 2 tantrums back to back. It's pretty brutal, actually. You right here. You're gonna have to expel him. I mean, you should still, like, save so that you can send it to somebody, but at least that's not that big of a bug. I settled right next to an ex-romancer tower in hopes of testing out the new siege mechanics, and they attacked you with 2 necromancer humans, 7 zombies, and immediately became friendly after you took them out? Oh, because they, zombies can become friendly if they get resurrected multiple times on your map. Same with neutral entities if they get resurrected on your map. Sometimes they won't be friendly, sometimes they will be. It's just like a coin flip dice roll when stuff is on your map and it gets resurrected. So I have a bunch of friendly zombies on my map, which do defend me when bad things attack. They were a mix of invaders and human merchants, these guys. You are subscribed, yes. Thank you very much for the Prime, by the way, Wretched. Sometimes you have to type in 2 or 3 lines of text. Check, can I get a round of beers for Wretched Television with the Prime subscription for a 3rd month? Welcome back. Although were some of your previous ones gifted? I can't remember. First or not, appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes you have to type a few times for it to pop up as completed. Let's get that shoe out of there. How's this doing value-wise? Not quite there yet. Just get some engravings on these floors. Peasant has created Shedthbam, Azorkfal, a gypsum scepter and offers it to the Song Wind. Thank you
Holy
very
fuck,
much for your
this
kind
month has
donation to
been
this
busy.
temple that I'm trying to build. It's very kind of you, Dwarf. No, I don't have a... pedestals. Clockwork Dragon, thank you very much for the 12 months. It's been a busy month, has it though? I mean, I haven't seen you in a minute. How you been, mate? I guess for me, like, I haven't noticed as much if people haven't tuned in recently because things have been really busy ever since the Siege update came out. Am I horribly mispronouncing it or something, Killer Max? Chat, can I get a couple more beers for Clockwork? Also, just a random comment. Apparently Twitch has a sale on right now. That's all. Apparently there's a sale. 5 packs of subs are cheaper. Not currently using any mods aside from DF Hack, which isn't really a mod. Oh, you're just laughing at the material they picked? Gotcha. It's like when they make artifacts out of chalk. It's like, wouldn't that just fall apart? Okay, so let's recognize Priesthood. The Holy Jungle is now Wicked Cat. Worshipping the fish god. Which is actually a fish, by the way. Anonymous, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Let's see, how's the lava doing? It's getting there. The moat appears to have gone all the way around now, which is good. And this is very close to being able to be cleared. I can also, I think, link these. Yes. Let's just turn off the burrow for the moment. Just let them finish these. Bioactive would like a happy kid. Isn't that kind of an oxymoron? It's almost a hype train, chat. Oh, I do have one. Is a lady kid good? Bioactive? Alrighty. If anybody has a Prime subscription or a resub, now is a good time to use. Why no mods? I don't feel the game needs them. Most of the popular ones are aesthetic mods or mods that add more variations of pre-existing systems, which doesn't actually make the game all that much more interesting for me. I use them occasionally, but it's not something I feel is necessary all the time. Clockwork, thank you very much for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. Zildy, thanks for the 15 months. And Moose, thanks for the $3. That's a hype train. Put aquariums in the fish temple to see if you can find anything to put in them. I mean, I could catch some fish probably, but not when there's zombies on the map.
This is Sparta!
Giant Man, thanks for the 3rd month.
Moose cheered. X3
And Viking, thanks for the $3. Cheers, guys. So this is going to Bioactive. Bioactive, Wheel Focus, is very happy and optimistic and presents himself modestly. He frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and he is stingy with resources when working on projects. He refuses to expend any extra effort, and he is incredibly brave in the face of looming dangers, perhaps a bit foolhardily. She is an optimist, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She rarely feels discouraged and tends...
Viking cheered. X100.
Thank you. She tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to Square's natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She doesn't handle stress well, and she is quite polite. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she doesn't seek out excitement, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and occasionally overindulges. She doesn't focus on material goods and is very humble. She occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and isn't given to flight's fancy. She exhales sharply when she gets angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life, worthy of the highest respect, deeply respects skill at arms, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. She likes lead and a red barrel, as well as giant spider monkey leather, gigantic tortoise shell, linen fabric, papyrus, gems, bucklers, and bracelets, and pigs for their snorts. Monitor devils, not motor devils. Motor devils sounds like a biker gang. Monitor devils for their horrifying features, and the finger lime trees for their fruit, and the words of the wanderer of walking, and the sound of the flowery skirts on the sight of the couple of glossing. When possible, prefers to consume great white stork and banded knife fish and wheat beer, and absolutely hates moon snails. But yeah, it's not that mods are bad or break the game or anything. I'm pretty heavily known for tutorials and often find myself helping people learn the game. So if I mod the crap out of the game, I then have to determine in my brain and remember what is and what isn't a mod. So it's easier for me to do specific modded runs. And I generally don't do modded runs near big patches. And I honestly just haven't felt the need to mod the game in a very long time. There's been times in the past when I've done pretty heavily modded runs back to back, but it's it's something that I do specifically. I do 2 or 3, and then I uninstall the mods after, or don't use them after that. I've never felt the need to mod this game because there's so much in it and the way that it works, even though I could be currently the factions that I can fight against or interact with are humans, elves, dwarves, and goblins. And then undead, which is a mix of them, and then demons plus all the procedurally generated creatures. I could mod in 4 other factions, but they would essentially just be humans, but they're animal people, or goblins, but they're meaner and bigger. And it's I don't know, it doesn't really do much for me, really. And yeah, there's mods that add other workshops and other crafts and stuff, but that does destabilize the game in my experience. And there's whole systems in the game that I already just kind of ignore. So I don't really feel the need to add more. You have a good night, Dulkin. Wrong dongle. Oh well, I'll plug that in later. But yeah. Thank you for the hype train. Chat needs 1 more subscription, resub or prime, or $4 and bits to level up. But thank you regardless. I would rather kill every single kobold on site. That's how. If I had that mod installed, I would still kill them on sight, because they are vermin who are not intelligent enough to speak to one another, let alone me. Also, that's kind of a gross sentence to read out loud for my brain, so yeah, ew, gross. I mean, the only horror is the mod that you mentioned. You do it to yourself, my friend. Mr. Mondays, thanks for checking out a gift. And for leveling up that train. Appreciate you. I mean, I didn't do it. Chat did. Mad. So, it's all chat. I'm just here. I'm just clicking buttons. I'm actually going to wall this side off. No, kobolds actually have a procedurally generated language, which is kind of fascinating. Because it's based on Zack and Tarn's twin speak, even though they're not twins, but when they were kids, they had words that they made up that they used to talk to their cats. So it's a procedurally generated language based on how Zack and Tarn spoke with their childhood pets. That's an actual Tarn Adams impression of kobold. But it's completely contextual and has no meaning. So kobolds can't communicate with one another after initially communicating. So essentially, they know what they're saying to each other at the moment, but after the moment passes, they don't know what they're saying to each other. And so most of the time are just confused and don't know what's what. Which is why, like, I personally reject all modded kobolds, because it's like, no, kobolds are, like, meaning well, but are so dumb and specific and have such an advanced language that they themselves don't understand it. Which is why half the time they're just killing each other out of confusion. But no, I have absolutely no interest in using modded kobolds. They can die as the vermin that they are, or attempt to steal my cabbages, whatever happens first. Most likely just die, though. So an ad break started because I ran out of snoozes. Fun fact. So I will pause game. They literally are gibberish critters. Honestly, like, to me, if you mod them to be able to have language, you kind of ruin what's charming about them. Is like they're like crows if they couldn't communicate, you know, but also had thumbs. They're like crows, but every other crow speaks a different language. They can't communicate, and they don't have thumbs. And they have thumbs. So, like, I kind of like them as that. And in adventure mode, they're kind of neat because they build, like, these caves that are full of murder traps and then kill each other in the murder traps. Which I honestly find it funny. I kind of like them the way they are. Like, if you're gonna, like, mod in kobold equivalents, just, like, I don't know, mod in dragonkin or something. Don't ruin kobolds, because kobolds are awesome in their weird, nutty way that they are. Well, I mean, yeah, and that's kind of why I don't play with most mods. Keller Max is because they're just dwarves, but they use this sprite. Maybe they're a different size. So many ads? I'm sorry, can't help you, mate. It's either I automate 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads every 30 minutes, or I automate 3 minutes of ads per hour. I choose to do the 1 minute and 30 seconds every 30 minutes. And it's either that or you get a pile piled on you when you join the stream that I can't control the length of. So it's up to you. I paused the game, so you're not missing anything. If your eyes are bleeding, I recommend some gauze and or a bandage and go see a doctor, please. All right, well, we're back. So you're looking at building the trigger, which we need to get done. Welcome back, Mad Lab. Appreciate you. Thanks for the hype train, chat. You guys are very kind. You typically dig out and build, and then build underground walls and flooring. Is it better than smoothing wall and floors? It's higher value, more work, more labor intensive. I don't always do that. I only do that, like, I don't know, some of the time. But I always replace natural walls with built walls eventually. Sure. I mean, like, more recipes is neat. That's not necessarily something that interests me. What interests me with modding is as Dwarf Fortress moves towards the raw rewrites that Putnam is doing, converting the game into Lua, what interests me is, like, the idea that we could end up in a future where Dwarf Fortress has more varied options for things that the player can mod. So if we ever live in a reality where, just gonna throw out an example here. If we ever live in a reality where UI mods are possible, or in a reality where more fundamental world gen behaviors can be modded, then I'm significantly more interested in it. But as it sits, like right now, I just periodically go, I feel like playing a, I don't know, not Dwarf Fortress themed Dwarf Fortress. And then I will play that for a little bit. But ever since Premium released, so the Steam version, which is, you know, what most people play, there's been a little bit of an issue with the whole retheming mods. And that's in older versions of the game, you didn't really need a tile set. You just kind of needed the retheming. So all you kind of needed to do is go through all of the raws, reword half of them so that the game seemed Star Wars themed or whatever. Well, that's awkward. Dwarf was found dead. I wonder how that happened. Oh, maybe you were one of the dwarves that like kept going nuts. Certainly possible. Are you getting tombed? Yes. Okay, that's good. Now that you need like tile sets for them to work, I guess, in the like, in order to make the mod like overhaul mods like that seem believable from my perspective, they kind of they really need a tile set to be believable. And ever since the game released on Steam and now has thousands of sprites, the amount of sprite work you need to do to like retheme the game, like Star Wars as an example, is like kind of astronomical, and you didn't need that before. So ever since like that was a thing that became kind of a going concern, I've been even less interested in using the overhaul mods, because like I'm not going to play the game in ASCII because I'm not going to just sit here and have to explain a different game to my audience, as well as also, you know, managing the game in ASCII. So it's just, the barrier to entry for mods for the game is way higher than it used to be. Retheming mods are less interesting. I've never been super interesting to me, but are less interesting without custom tile sets. And yeah. It's not a you thing. I appreciate it. I get a little bit grumpy about ads sometimes because, like, I get it. I guess is maybe the best way to put it. Okay, so this is draining this, so now I just need these to cool off, and then we can kill these zombies. Right. My Craftsdorf's guild needs an upgrade. What was the name of that guild hall? The Company of Syrups is the Craftsdorf's guild. I wonder what it would be like if you could get competing guilds. Like if two different guilds could form. Where's places? That's what I'm looking for. Locations. Might be you. No, that's my doctor's guild. Is it this one? Company of Syrups. I mean, I don't think it'll ever be necessarily removed from the dev page. But, like, everything that Tarn has talked about that I'm aware of... Like, rather, I'm not aware of anything that Tarn has talked about actively over the years that he has said, actually, we're not going to do that. I'm trying to think of things that he has, like, completely walked back over the years. Aside from, like, the type of development or the way they develop stuff changing periodically. So as far as I know, boats are still going to become a thing eventually. It's just a matter of when and will they actually be what people want. Oh, I mean, Armor's Guild and Metalsmith's Guild are, like, not a splinter groups. So if you actually look at, like, the guild halls, here, I'll use this as an example. There's metalsmiths, I've got 8 workers. There's furnace operators, I've got 1 worker. There's 3 weaponsmiths. There's 1 armor smith and 1 blacksmith and 2 metal crafters. If you do a little bit of math, that's 8. So all of, like, a weaponsmith is probably in the metalsmith's guild, but a metalsmith isn't a weaponsmith. So if I make a weaponsmith's guild and specialize the whole fort as weaponsmiths, they will demand a metalsmith's guild eventually. Yeah, it's like a sub-guild. So it's like, they're probably all in the same guild already, but just they connect back. This dwarf is going insane, has gone insane, which is a shame. I don't want these donkeys. Oopsies. Just typing without clicking the menu. Okay, that's now satisfied. Let's actually check this. That's actually not a bad little scepter. This is a gypsum scepter. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round gypsum cabochons and decorated with reindeer bone and encircled with bands of cushioned gypsum cabochons and giant cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of paradise not wood, mule leather, and willow. On the item is an image of Lolar clasp piece, the dwarf, and in the star ruby. On the item is an image of the durian tree and mule leather. Let's just approve that and check this. Let's actually turn you off right here. And I'm just going to wall you off right here. Wall you off down there. All of these are connected. Sweet. So I just need to wait for that to cool off. And this is good. Done a good amount of filling of the outside layer of this. It's obviously not done yet, but some good progress. I think that the discussion of boats for Dwarf Fortress is kind of a moot point. It's sort of like, it's something that Tarn has prototyped before and has, like, discussed a trillion times about, like, why they're really difficult. But that's all it kind of really comes down to, is that in order for boats to be implemented in a way that Tarn wants to implement them, they require a lot of work, and there is more problems than solutions, and it's just not a high priority. I think, like, really that's what it comes down to, is they're just not a super high priority at the moment. And I don't see them being a particularly high priority anytime soon. I personally kind of don't care about boats. I just generate worlds that don't have oceans. So, like, I think, like, maybe one of the lowest priorities I have in the game is boats. Like, I don't care about boats at all. But, like, I get it. It's one of those things that, like, assuming we get it, it'll probably take years, so. I mean, right now, like, the order of operations is finish the siege stuff that they're working on, get cabin building back into adventure mode, and then, from Tarn's description, add some things to adventure mode, and then, in the background, while all of this is happening, doing the world gen rewrite stuff that they've been talking about doing for, like, almost 2 decades, and then returning to villains and systems. But that's kind of like a very shortened version of the dev log, or the current developer cycle that we have. You didn't know about cabin building? It's on the, like, roadmap that Tarn released a while ago. That is specifically not planned. Like, Tarn has re-emphasized this dozens of times, Ice Leopard. There are no plans to implement mounts for dwarves. Yeah, I mean, like, we randomly got, like, a super dense overhaul in dyes, but I'm convinced that that was literally just Tarn decided that he wanted to read about dyes and then did it on a lark. Like, I kind of doubt there was actually that much thought put into the dyes. I think it was just like a, you know, this would be nice to do. I will repeat what I said a second ago, Keller Max. The next thing after sieges is getting cabin building back into adventure mode. I don't know why mounts appeal to anybody, because, like, mounts are, like, the easiest way to destroy an enemy siege. Like, the amount of rewriting the game would have to do for mounts to function would suck. Like, no, I have zero interest in mounts for dwarves. Like, even in adventure mode, I basically don't use mounts. Unless I'm playing, like, a bard or something. All right, let's get this siege together. The dwarves are in the burrow. Set everything to fire at will. With the exception of the ballista. Gonna add some more dwarves into siege engineers, as it is set to only selected do this at the moment. Make sure that this burrow covers down here. And unpause the game. The zombies are in kind of a little ball right there. No, and that's what's specifically not planned. Are mounts for fortress mode. Like, I think most of the most egregious bugs that have come into the game over the years are mounts for enemies. And that's not even the player having to deal with the frustrations of the way they work. Like, the number of sieges that I have broken, human sieges, elven sieges, dwarven sieges, specifically because they're all on mounts, and you just, like, charge at them and all the horses panic and they just run away, and the siege breaks, and you win, without even, like, spilling a single drop of blood. Like, you just make yourself big and go, rah! And then they just run away. Like, the number of times I've done that, yeah, I have no interest in like, mounts for fortress mode. Absolutely none. You can already do that? Pigmightier? Just make some cage traps? Or, like... I mean, I would really... I am very interested in, like, the cage trap reworks that Tarn has talked about as part of the siege update cycle, which is probably coming at some point. Ideally, it'd be cool if it did, because he talked about it. But, like, it'd be cool if you could bait traps and such. Walking Dead shit. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, zombies are usually just, like, mindlessly roaming around the map. But because they have a commander, they actually move around in, like, a little ball like this. It's actually super interesting. If we had shitty war pig mounts, we'd complain and complain until they were cool. Am I going crazy, or did that blood just appear out of nowhere? Did they catch a warthog or something? They must have. Here's my take on mounts. I don't really want mounts. But Tarn is working in the direction of making war animals, like, not completely useless. I would be happy with war animals just not being completely useless. Because I will go out on a limb here. These are zombies. I'm waiting for them to come to my fort. I will go out on a limb here and say that I personally think that war animals kind of suck. Almost unanimously. However, the siege update, the last patch, made them suck significantly less. They still suck, but they suck significantly less. I think if we ever get to a world where those are usable and reliable, I will come around on the idea of siege of dwarves being able to use mounts as a fortress mode feature. But for the moment, could care less. You know, the fact that they're all following one individual intelligent undead, this elf here, kind of makes it, like, gives me the vision of, like, Mickey in Fantasia as a wizard being like, "Brrr!" but with the water. except with zombies. It's like Mickey from Fantasia, if, or Mickey as the Sorcerer's Apprentice, if it wasn't water, it was flailing piles of zombies. Yeah, I mean, like, that's one of many issues with more animals. So the first round's of bolts. Can't actually aim that far this way. Okay, fine. Oh, hey, you can. But now you can't aim down enough. Fine. I will just turn these ones off for now. There's no point in keeping them up there if they can't actually aim far enough that way. Meanwhile, that zombie's having a rough week. Oh, how nice of them. Wait, are they trying to... I mean, that's... I would say that's smart of them, because they are going around my... around my defenses, but, like... Menu? I ain't eating no zombie. That's disgusting. Why were they just jumping in the lava, though? That doesn't seem smart. Why are they still jumping in the lava, though? Zombie slip? Maybe? Well, okay. So, let's see. We've got this. They're all firing right here in the center. These are mostly zipping down to go reload. And these zombies are having a rough week. That one is just flying to pieces. You ain't gonna live very long. Most of them are also firing wooden bolts, by the way, so I'm sure the elves love this. Okay, so they did update the eyes yesterday. That might be the funniest looking zombie I've ever seen. Look at this Bob Ross looking motherfucker with no eyeballs. That is kind of incredible, actually. Oh, there goes another boulder, which knocked this goblin in. Good stuff. Also, the chief putrid slayer, their leader, is burning. More bits are flying. I think this has been a pretty effective little defense. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to tell the dwarves to go close this. And also close this. We'll clean up everything that's currently in here. And then we'll see where they end up next. Because they seem to be backing off. If not retreating, then, like, at the very least breaking up a bit. They are chasing a bunny rabbit. As one does. I would too, honestly, if I was a zombie. It's like, run, run. Okay, then the dwarves come out and do their best stabby job. Going through. Most of them. The gates are shut, so they have no way out. The zombies in small batches like this are actually pretty weak. So once all the zombies are dead, my soldiers will go back to where they were previously. I can now open this back up. And open this back up. Let's see where the majority of the zombies are at the moment. This is also giving us time to reload our bolt throwers, etc. They certainly all split up. Well, they're coming back. They tried to regroup. I don't think it worked super well. Turning them into a pen holder? You mean like a pin cushion? Catapults are reloaded. Plunk, just eviscerated. And then they back up again. I thought that this zombie just jumped into the lava, and I was about to be like, that's a really dumb zombie. Maybe it's a smart zombie. What is the total number of zombies? Wow, there's actually kind of a lot left. Holy crap. Most of them are all just like out there. Unless they're either regrouping or they're retreating. I can't tell. It seems like they're just retreating. Let's see, are you gonna leave the map? Use all the exalted fortification has been possessed. We're getting another strange mood. Yeah, I think they're regrouping. Their best isn't much, that's true. The interesting thing about zombies is that they don't seem to have like any kind of like leadership structure. Okay, you claim to that. Whereas like the goblins and the humans definitely do. Like they have like specific commanders that they follow. But once like the intelligent undeads or the necromancers die for the zombies, they just kind of like back off, regroup, attack. Back off, regroup, attack. Like they don't have much logic to their defenses after that initial thing. You mean the one that just went into the strange mood? Tarantos? There goes more of the catapults. I have to say that catapults are ridiculously effective. Considering like their ammunition is effectively free. It's interesting that they keep taking this route. Okay, here come more zombies. I'm just going to close this again. Lock this half and maybe this as well. Because I don't want my dwarves to go that far. Also going to move the soldiers up to here. Send out the rest of them to help. Oh no. Is that one of my dwarves that died? I'm actually not sure. It may have been. Yeah, that looks like it. Rest in peace to Abel. We do have Zassit in a martial trance, as well as Braden, who is maybe one of my best military dwarves. We've got Irib, who's a axe dwarf, who's moving through and being quite effective. As long as the dwarves keep the high ground, they seem to be pretty tough generally. Where did Braden go? Did you climb back up? Oh, there you are. Zipped around behind and is taking out those zombies one by one. Stabbing the maceman corpse in the head with a short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc, as I would expect from a dwarf with literal legendary and everything. Same with Ledren, who's getting there as well. I don't have much further to go. As far as the goblin siege goes, these guys just seem a little lost. Let's put this bridge back down for them. Soldiers are going back to training. There's going to be ads in 1 minute. We'll see what the zombies do. If they attack, if they stay, I will pause the game again. If they don't. So this is very much like old school strats here. But that seems to be specifically because they are zombies. One of them's on fire. Yesterday you witnessed a necromancer bring like 4 zombies to your fort and then he just fled away, leaving the map. I have seen them do that. Usually if a necromancer comes with, they're looking for a refuse stockpile and trying to steal bodies. Which I personally think is really grim, but also kind of awesome. In a weird way. And then I think this is like either the last or second to last zombie. Second to last. Just gonna tell this squad to go over here and kill this one. We're gonna follow this Axe Lord. An ad break is about to start. I'm just going to let it pause right there. The Exalted Fortification has created Ubal Elrom, a granite bracelet, and offers it to the Song of Wind. Oh, you got the Snatchers alert when it happened? Yeah, no, they're looking for corpses. So if you have like an outdoor like corpse pile, you'll get those sometimes. I don't see them when I don't put my corpses outdoors, but they show up and they like take a bunch of bodies and they leave. I will name this dwarf Tyrantos when I get back. I'm just gonna go do something real quick. Wait.
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
I was still hungry, so I went and grabbed me a boiled egg. All right, Yuzol, which I'm going to name Tier. Let's just check that real quick. That bracelet that you just made is a granite bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with date palm wood and paradise nut wood and marquee cut green glass gems. It's circled with bands of silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green zircon and menaces with spikes of granite and silver and llama wool. As for that zombies that are left, the first one executed as swiftly as it stands. Vabok, the legendary observer and High Master Swords Dwarf, charges forward. And hopefully nobody does a dumb. Please don't do a dumb. If you do a dumb, I won't cry, but I will be kind of sad. Because they're off to go kill that human swordsman corpse, which should just be up this hill. And, Vabok dealt with it. Round of beers. To a siege well vanquished. And my dwarves are having a puke fest. Let's read Tyr's description. Tyr, over here, who's having a party in the tavern, right next to a toppled statue, which is a damn shame. Has an incredibly calm demeanor. She's very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She's quick to form negative views about things, quite polite, though she is troubled by this natural tendency since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. I think I need to make this tavern bigger. What do you think, chat? Is it normal for dwarves to not have sprites? No. No, that is not normal. The only place that might happen is like, that I see it happening is in military squads. Like sometimes like certain squaddies will just show up as blank, even though they're there. But no, that is not normal. They do, yeah, they sometimes get offset. Sometimes they get decentered, but that stuff's slowly getting better. Since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered, she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She's slow to anger and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. She wants to master a skill and likes marble and tin and yellow zircon, as well as bushmaster tooth, gizzard stones, and crossbows, bolt thrower parts, and the sound of the desert of luxury and the sight of the azure petals. And when possible, prefers to consume spotted ratfish and tapir cheese and apricot wine and dwarven wheat flour, and absolutely hates oysters. It is mid-autumn, 23rd of Sandstone. We just defeated a siege. We are right here. There's some goblins just south of us. We're going to go destroy them, or try to anyway. Because this squad is getting stronger, and currently is very strong. And I think now might not be a bad time to just go fight them. Although, hopefully the dizziness wears off before they get there, because we don't want you to be dizzy when you actually get there. We did lose one dwarf in that fight, but it happens to the dwarfiest of us. Have we regained the bean fort yet? I mean, it was just destroyed. I don't think it was actually taken over, but I have to check. Yeah, no, it was just destroyed. It wasn't actually taken over. So I think I would need to reclaim it to do that. Let's turn off the burrow. And we're always found dead. Oh no! Which one of you bastards did it? Abel, the dwarven child. Who's your parents? Where's your mother? I'm going to expel your mother. And you. That is grim. But I just can't have children murdering everybody in my fortress. I'll convict you of your crimes. Crimes like this cannot be tolerated. Yeah, no, they're both haggard. They probably came from that era of the fortress where everything was just horrible. Which was a pretty consistent time, to be fair. Speaking of horrible, let's make some bedrooms. Let's make some more bedrooms. Oh, I set those as reinforced walls. Those don't need to be reinforced. Those just need to be walls. Let's do like this. And this for one of them. Let's do those for this one. Screwed that first one up. I can fix it though. Since you were last able to properly watch, nice with all the green glass. There's actually very little green glass in the fort, but we've certainly made strides. I mean, the fort's in a much better place than it was. I mean, it's still not in a great place, but it is in a better place. Someone getting 2 doors or a window? Did I do... No, I thought I replaced that. Did I not? Oh, you're right. I'll give him a window. Why not? Give a few of these windows. That wasn't actually intended, but I guess we'll do it. I got plenty of cut gems, so it's not hard. Someone's getting 2 windows, in fact. I mean, there's still quite a few. I've had to do quite a bit of expelling. That's been a lot of it. Which is a bit cheesy for me, but it's kind of just a reality that I've had to accept with this fort. It's like either this fortress was going to fall or I was going to have to expel a bunch of people. Actually, that'll be the door. Unfortunately, it just happens sometimes. This fort got a little bit too tough. Let's also throw some of these over. Give these ones some windows. Gonna have to unforbid a bunch of stuff when all this is done. There's also a ghost, apparently. Didn't I not memorialize you already? I thought I did. I guess not. I could have sworn that that dwarf was buried. I suppose not. But what's up, Oscar? But can dwarves see in the dark, or is it just assumed that they use torches and lantern lights everything up? So if you play adventure mode, you get a pretty clear picture of this. Different types of creatures have different lines of sight. Dwarves have dark vision, so at night they have more or less the same vision as they do during the day. And if you walk around in a dwarven fort, you do get restricted line of sight as a dwarf, but it's perfectly playable. If you play as a human, you have almost no line of sight in a dwarven fort because it's dark. But they can still get around because they can hear things, so you can still tell like what's going on in the vicinity, even though you can't see the specific shapes of walls unless you're right up against them. But you can still see like locations of people, basically. Turns out you're able to type too. Well, thank you. I mean, you don't feel the need to type, but... It is good to see people type once in a while if they feel like saying hi. Some people just have like this preconceived notion that I'm scary and mean, which bums me out sometimes. So, thanks for saying hi. It's like tunnel warfare. Sure, yeah. I mean, if you are not a dwarf and you are invading a dwarven fortress, that may not be the best plan, I guess. Oh. I appear to have caught a couple elk birds. Not scary, intimidating. I don't know if I'm intimidating, then like we're doomed. Let's do this. Need to get that ghost dealt with ASAP. These are some of the nicer bedrooms I've made, I think. They changed the way the chest sprite looks when you're placing them. They look a little bit more generic. I wonder why that is. Like, why that sprite specifically got a touch up. I'm gonna go down here. See, that is not the tool I wanted. Go down here. There we go. And Lytas gives birth to a baby girl. We all have our intimidating, scary days once in a while. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, like, yesterday I raided somebody who, I raided Mortal Smurf yesterday, who's running the hot potato, which was funny, because their immediate response was, I was the second stream they ever watched, and I've kind of grown out of this a bit, especially since going to therapy. Turns out that's a trend in my life. But when I first, like, well, maybe not first, but for the first decade, Feels like not even, maybe not quite a decade, but like for the first 8 years or something I streamed, I had very strict no backseating rules. Cause like, I don't know, I was a fragile human being that didn't want to take advice from people. I've grown out of that. Like, you can backseat me still. I might ignore you, but like, I have grown out of that. And they were just like the first. I was the second stream they ever watched, and the first one was totally fine with backseating, and I was decidedly not. I'm sitting, and it's like bugging me now because I'm like, shit, was I really rude to you at one point? Which is possible. I mean, it's I definitely had my dickish days. If I want to play Bannerlord, I mean, I trust you guys. I've also just gotten better at ignoring people. No, that's fair. I mean, like, here's the thing. Is your name Juiced? I'm trying to, like, it's like Geist. Laya, thanks for the 26th month. It's good to see you, mate. I'm trying to figure out how to read your name. J-Z-I-C-E-D. Oh, it's Jay-Z Iced? Okay, sure. Anyway, I'll just call you Jay-Z if that works. I was an absolute ass on stream most of the time for a really long time. Like, at this point, I think, like, at worst, I'm too sarcastic, and that only really happens when I'm grumpy. I can also get a little nippy if I'm frustrated, but, like, I don't know, that's fits and starts in pretty small amounts these days. But, like, there was a good chunk of time there where I was just kind of a dick. And so whenever I do encounter people who are just, like, intimidated by me or, like, scared of me for some reason, it genuinely makes me worried because I'm like, oh, shit, did this person, like, maybe interact with me on stream, like, 8 years ago or something? Because I've been doing this for so long and just, like, run into me on one of my shitty days and I just yelled at them or something. It's like, it's never an excuse, but, like, the reason for that was I was just working full-time nights and trying to stream 40 hours a week. So I was doing, like, 80-hour weeks plus, like, 40 hours a week of 30-something hours a week at a job plus 40-something hours a week of streaming, plus with just, like, a lot of, like, brain issues. Jason. Jason! Sure. That's kind of how it reads. So yeah, no, I've certainly had my issues in the past. These days, ideally, at worst, I just come off as, like, stuck up or, like, a know-it-all, but I don't know. Everybody plays up their personality a little bit when they do a job like this, and that's just me doing that. I like to think that most people can see through it and realize that, you know, it's trying to be entertaining. A troll caught fire in a volcano. Honestly, I wish more of them would. I mean, no, it's the self-awareness that's, like, the good sign, right? It's like, once people become aware of it, then, like, that's how you fix it, but... What's up with the massive heap of coal in the middle of the port? That's a good question. I have a stockpile for it down here. It has bins allowed. But nobody's put enough... Oh, actually, no. Oh, wait, hold on. Are you the same stockpile? Hold up. And that explained it. Okay, so I need to add more bins to the stockpile. The stockpile bins are all full. That's what's up with the pile of coal in the middle of the fort. Santa wasn't pleased with the fortress. Everybody was too naughty, and so Santa left a bunch of coal. That's what's up with the coal in the fort. Let's just keep plunking down bedrooms. A Crundle, name it. You could call it, like, Krampus, but, like, spell Krampus so that it reads like Krampus. So that would be very Crundle-like. A very Crundle-like solution. I am, you know, I've said this many times before, I am of the firm and correct, I will not take debate on this, opinion that Crundles are just minions but Dwarf Fortressified. Or minions are just Crundles but undwarforted? Undwarfed. They're just deforted. There we go. Crundles. All I'm saying is that Gru plays Dwarf Fortress. You heard it here first, folks. For the eggs. I kind of wish that you could tame them fully, Crundles. Makes me sad that you can't. I do feel like I'm finally catching up on bedrooms. There you go, Tyr, by the way. You have a bedroom now. Aren't they sapiens, though? No, they're not. Because they are trainable, right? Like, you can train Crundles. The reason you can't tame Crundles is they are born full-grown. So things that are born full-grown that don't have a child variant can't be tamed, because only infant variants of creatures can be tamed. So you can't fully tame Crundles. Unless you do some DF hack shenanigans. Or, like, adventure mode shenanigans, maybe. But, like... I just wish that Crundles had a baby variant so that I could tame them. Because the thing is, like, they lay eggs, right? So they use nest boxes. And they lay pretty big clusters of eggs. So they actually make a lot of babies. Surprise, Crundles make a lot of babies. So the issue with that is, like, if you suddenly have, like, 70 Crundles in your fort, and they start to forget their training, it can get really cumbersome to, like, keep up with the training, I guess. Or you just have to butcher all of them, like, immediately. So I don't know. I kind of wish, like, population control and, like, taming of them was a bit more viable. Oh, yeah, no, you can butcher Crundles. Crundle leather is, like, a delicacy in Dwarf Fort. No, actually, like, I've suddenly had fortresses with, like, 90 Crundles and then half of them lose their training. That's definitely happened to me. You know, I'll be honest with you. I have over 10,000 hours in this game. I'm not actually sure how many hours I have in this game. And I sometimes have no clue what the fuck I'm doing. Mostly I know what I'm doing. I think, like, about 80% of the systems make sense to me. Maybe more than that. Like, I'd say I'm probably in, like, 90% completion knowledge rate. Humble brag. But, like, every now and again, there's shit that just happens, and I'm just like, what? I swear that I had a fisheries shop up here, but I guess not. I'm just gonna plunk one over here. Am I making green glass shit at the moment? No. Okay. Green glass... No. What are they called? Cage? Chat, what are green glass aquariums called? It's not aquariums. They like Crundles for their nervous energy. I like... Crundles are like an evil aligned creature. In my opinion, they're just like not evil oh, it's terrariums. They're not evil intentionally, they're just dumb. Like, in my headcanon, like, they just accidentally end up being evil because it's like the logical response when scared of everything. Like snakes. They're just scared of everything, even their own food. I need to make this tavern bigger. Mischievous dumbasses. Yeah! This door has been broken 3 times. Which makes sense, it is the mayor's bedroom, but like... Oh, also, I need to make some sand. Okay, let's go down here and get these bedified. Also, most of these, not all of them, just most of them, are like bedazzled beds. So they've got like gems on the ends of it and bones and other things. I'm just gonna make some wooden bolts. I did turn off my siege engines, didn't I? Nope. Whoops. I don't know, but you could go edit the D for Dwarf section, which is like the comedy jokes section of the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and add that. And I would fully support that notion, the loving of bananas. You know, it's kind of funny. I unironically hate the minions. Just like, I find them really annoying. However, I really like the movie Despicable Me. I think that movie's kind of great. Like the minions on their own, too much. Not a fan. Despicable Me, actually a pretty good film. Horse pills, that's a term I've never heard before. All right, let's turn the burrow off. Let's get these dwarves out here. Get these bodies cleaned up. Is there a particular reason why you haven't left the map yet there, dwarf? Oh. What training do you need? Oh, I see. You need drinking water. Okay, I'm actually just going to move you out of this squad. I see the issue. I really need to get... give water. Holy fucking black sandbags. Let's go green glass. Blocks on repeat and just use up all the sand that I have. They're big and capsule shaped like a horse pill. So I don't know if this is true or not, but for a very long time, I've lived under the assumption that the common wisdom of the first ever minion was prototyped on the back of a Corn Puffs cereal box, because there was like coloring pages on the backs of Corn Puff boxes where it would take a corn puff and then like you add to it. I'm pretty sure that like that, I've heard this story enough times that I'm inclined to believe it. Well, corn puffs, not cheesy poofs. I don't know what a cheesy poof is, but I do know what a corn puff is. Squad is back. We'll have to see how they did. It's incredible how alive the fort became once you started filling in the space for bedrooms. Yeah, you know, it's like a big, empty, unfinished office building before and after it becomes liminal space. Let's see how that siege went, because I did attack the goblins just south of us. We went and tried to raise them, like the good dwarf parents we are. The dwarf Vabuk led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblins Samoz, Grieve, Scorpion. Vabuk outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. In the Thieflonus. Thieflonus! We struck down their leader. Valbok struck down a goblin named Playtick, which is a very, like, big brain name because ticks are, like, a second in Dwarf Fortress. It's like a turn in Dwarf Fortress is a tick. Looks like we looted treasure from there and struck down several goblins. A dolomite table, a tunic, a backpack, a quiver, a sandal, and a hood. Okay. Not much of value, that. You know, that's probably, like, capturable at this point. I'm also going to try pillaging. Not stealing important treasures, but we are going to pillage this Necromancer Tower. I'm in an at-break right now. I'm going to send out the Pointy Sticks again, which is my best squad. Because I would like to actually release my prisoners if possible. So I'm actually just going to only free captives. They were supposed to be small buff men? Oh, really? Wait. I can't remember the name of those action figures. What were the name of those action figures that were just like ripped dudes? Not wrestling action figures. It was like characters from TV shows, but just like ridiculously buff. Shit. No, not Stretch Armstrong. This was like probably, this was before me. Like I remember seeing them used at garage sales. Muscleman, maybe. It's not G.I. Joe, no. I managed to somehow exist my entire childhood with zero existence. Jesus, Sage Christ. Yes. I had to type in Muscleman action figure toy to not just get AI-generated images of ripped Ben Shapiro for some reason. What the fuck are you doing, DuckDuckGo? Anyway, yeah, no, these guys. I mean, is this image safe to show? Yeah. These guys. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not joking. If you remove the word toy from that search, like that's all it was like the first 2 rows was just that. GI no. GI noped right out of that. All right, so we are going to go attack this Necromancer Tower. I'm going to only try to free captives because they did capture a bunch of my early soldiers. We're going to see if we can get them out of here. My dwarves are very pukey at the moment. It's not ideal. Is ruled by Skeletor. So I've never seen... Okay. The only G.I. Joe media I have seen in my entire life is the live action movie. Outside of memes. So knowing almost nothing about Skeletor, I'm just going to say probably. Oh, that was He-Man? Okay, well, that too. That is like an entire era of cartoons that I've just completely missed. Like, entirely. Sure. I mean, I thought that was G.I. Joe, but I've only ever seen Skeletor in memes, so. Invented to sell toys? Yeah. Well, okay. I did see a lot of, like, Transformers. Got a big-ass siege weapon demonstration happening. Down in the knowledge of sieging, I presume. Trying to decide if I want to put more bedrooms down here. I think I do. Well, I mean, we need them. Actually, let's just fill out the bedroom-me layer a little bit more. Yeah, my knowledge of, like, kids' cartoons is, like, one of the things in my life that is maybe most lacking when it comes to like pop culture stuff. Like I'm pretty good when it comes to like movies. I've seen most things. When it comes to things like Star Trek, I've seen quite a lot of that. A lot of TV shows I've seen at least enough of to like not sound like an idiot. But when it comes to things like kids' cartoons from those eras, one, like Canada didn't have the same cartoons, like, and I think like a lot of that stuff I just kind of missed because like, as an example, the kids' cartoon I remember the most is Total Drama Island and 16 and like Ben 10, that kind of shit. Like that's the stuff that I was exposed to. So when it comes to kids' cartoons, I think like the one that truly relives rent-free in my brain is maybe 16. Just because of that stupid fucking theme song. Like VeggieTales as well was something that just kind of like outing that like I went to church as a kid, I guess, but what's your favorite building material in Dwarf Fortress? Ooh. Jet, probably. It's a good color. Make some bigger bedrooms for a few dwarves. All right, let's let those get worked on. Rock salt is a pink color. Actually, probably petrified wood. Like, I like the kind of the orangey, like, off browns. Really? Spooky as skeleton? I guess. Okay. I mean, like, it's not like it's explicit or anything, but mica and bauxite? Yeah, I really like bauxite. Malachite's also really nice. Malachite gives you a lot of really... Like, when you get into, like, using, like, metal... Actually, I really like Bloodthorn. Like, Bloodthorn wood. I think Bloodthorn is, like, super underrated. A lot of the wood in the game, actually, I think is super underrated. Like, you can get really nice floor textures using, like, wood. Which, like, I don't know, some Dwarf Fortress players are, like, strangely allergic to, but I really like a lot of the wood textures in the game. I think a lot of those are really quite pleasant, actually. You like Kimberlite? Yeah, it makes sense. Microcline's also a good one. I guess, like, my favorite building material is not gray, and I don't like the black building materials for floors. Because they just kind of look like there's no texture on them to me. It might just be my monitor, but, like, that at least when I look at them, like, I don't see anything, so...
You're
gonna use Bloodthorn for your beds? Yeah. Red beds. Get the racing speed on those beds. I think this dwarf has claimed this bedroom. Just, like, fell asleep before it's finished being constructed. It's like, alrighty. You know what, Doosim? When you wake up, you can have that bed. You laid claim to it. Just an FYI, name something is open, if anybody's looking for it. What are you... is your cat typing on the keyboard? Or did you let the pigeon type on the keyboard? Laya? I don't know what RCXR3CRC means. Huge fan of Nethercap. Yeah, actually, Nethercap's really nice just because it's lava safe. Cat naming detected. I mean, it could also be plant falling on keyboard naming. We don't know. Oh, Squatty's returned. Let's see how this fight went. We went and pillaged that Necromancer Tower. I'm trying to get my dwarves back. My dwarf's tactical planning once again was superior to the elf putrid slayer Usbu violated, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage in Locked Brave. So the defenders had a positional advantage, but our tactical planning was superior. This don't seem like dwarfy. So I'll tell you this. What elves do isn't dwarfy. Elves ask the trees really politely, and the trees grow the furniture and items that they need for them. Or sort of like how in Japan they make square, like, gourds and melons by growing them in boxes. Same kind of thing. They ask them nicely and they grow that way. And then they live in the trees with no roofs above them. So that's not very dwarfy. That I'll agree with you on. However, taking an axe, hacking down a tree, and building something out of it is very dwarfy. That's all. Yeah, it's extremely dwarfy. Anyways, so I was wondering why they had a positional advantage. Anyway, the pointy sticks clashed with 156 animated humans. That might be why. Also 161 animated goblins and 214 animated goblins. That's a lot of goblins. So that makes sense. Then clip it. Murdoch Burke. Putrid Slayer Cattle, Budworks was struck down by Ineth. Asno was struck down as well. So we're taking out some of the notable ones. Most of this fight is just my dwarves clashing with random zombies. Although, they were too much for us. Also, the Tenebrous Pregnancies is the name of this group. Gross. All right. Well, I'm going to be sneaky. We're just going to raid them. And only free captives belonging to my civilization. If I lose this dwarf, I will be sad. But in a world where this dwarf is still in the squad, I do think they got this. I do think they got this. Also, is there a particular reason? That's probably why. That's probably why. You gonna go pick up these bones? Yeah, I got the settings on my bone removal incorrect. Beardless dwarf, please. Oh, was it your keyboard that was busted? That makes a lot more sense. Oopsies. What are you feeling? Are you thinking animal dissector or surgeon? It's a nice touch. The dwarves are like undecided as to whether or not they like it. Yeah, they do. It's like one of the fastest ways to train up like squads. And also the other reason I will say that, like, using wood in constructions is dwarfy mint, Yogi, and you should put your old school prejudices aside. You can't make water wheels out of anything but wood. So there are dwarven inventions that require wood. To add sympathetic vomiting reflex. What? There's barf everywhere because I left the dwarves inside for a year during a siege. Why? What the fuck is a sympathetic vomiting reflex? Please explain. Maybe I don't want to know, but... It still would. The elves have proven this. It still would, my reb. Oh. Well, I mean, they're barfing because they see the sun. So, you could just headcanon it if you want. I don't know why you would want more barf, but... Puke spiral? I'm pretty sure that's already a Cannibal Corpse song. Although it would be something more along the lines of violent viscera and projectile vomiting. Or maybe it would just be like projectile vomit something or another's with a bunch of extra letters to make it sound scarier than it actually is. Speaking of puke spirals. Which one did you want, Laya? You want the surgeon. Okay. Just scroll back up through the vomit nonsense. Actually, puke spiral is the part of the performance act of a Gwar show. I don't know why I forgot the word Gwar for a second there, but I did. She sustains even the best advice of associates and family, relying strictly on her own counsel. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the death of her patients that she's doing surgery on. She is confident under pressure and is prone to hatreds. She often develops negative feelings and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. Though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Oh, another thing that can only be made out of wood. Wagons. Just saying. Also very dwarfy. You literally start with a wooden structure in the center of your map. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She also discredits natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She often acts with compassion, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She is often nervous, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. She doesn't often feel lustful. She occasionally overindulges, and she tries to keep her things orderly. When greeting others, she always smiles nervously. She doesn't really care about anything anymore and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, says the surgeon, and sees those she sees competition as wasteful and silly, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Doesn't respect a society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife, and like sandstone, silver, black opal, as well as porcupine parchment, prickle paper. It's like the inverted version of bubble paper. Bubble wrap. She likes the color carmine, short swords, bucklers, cavies for their 3 toes, and aardvarks for their long ears, and when possible prefers to consume ice wolf. She likes the chill meat, and mackerel and mead, and hates blood gnats. Artifacts are not relevant to the discussion, though. T-Dog. But yes, beds are also wooden only. I don't know why I didn't go to beds first. What's up, Tim? A ice wolf is a type of animal that appears in, like, haunted northern districts in Dwarf Fortress. Same with Blizzard Men, which I think are hilarious. But, you know. Because they're called Blizzard Men. There's something about that that's really funny to me. Would I say that they are entertaining? I don't know if I would. I'm going to do some construction changes to this up here. That's what I'm going to do. First, I got to wait for a dwarf to do that. You are not set to turn off. Neither are you. That off. And go all the way down. To here, I think. Yes. Blizzard men from Microsoft are now men. You know, I've said for years that Microsoft implies the existence of macro hard. But, you know, maybe I'm starting to rethink that statement. I said macro hard, not mega hard, but... Alright, so my squatty returned. Let's see how this raid went. They snuck in undetected. They searched and found nothing. Let's try again. Microsoft also micro light? Wouldn't that be like micro heavy? Although the truly crazy thing about Microsoft is that I was trying to make like a music related joke and now I've just lost it. I don't know. This world has a lot of goblins? Not that many. It's not too out of the ordinary. I'd say it's a normal amount of goblins. It's just they've taken over a lot of things. If he did, that is complete news to me. I'm pretty sure X was the name of his software company in regards to Elmo, but... I actually don't know if the dwarves can get to right here right now, but nope, they cannot. Pretty standard for goblins. Al. Also, it's good to see you, Al. How you been? I feel like it's been a while. So I'm trying to make some changes to this so that they can pump out more lava at once, because right now they're limited to just simply one block. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little sketchy digging, probably. Sketchy digging is like, you know, sexy hiking, but sketchy-er. I'm going to basically slowly go up this staircase and wall this off. Sacrifice miner? No. No, I'm not gonna kill any dwarves doing this if I do it correctly. But that's specifically asterisk if I do it correctly. Yeah, no, I very rarely have to sacrifice a miner to do stuff like this. Man, I didn't even know that. I was just making that as a joke. Good to know. No, Mior. Kind of screwed this up, I guess. It's okay, I can fix it. Blind hands a dwarf double ale rations and explains a... Wait, what? Do you ever end up doing the volcano temple? No. No, I had to stop doing silly constructions early on in the fort because I had a lot of zombies on the map that needed unzombieing. Dezombieing. We'll go with that. I need more squatties. Because I did kind of just lose a bunch of dwarves. That's a little sketchy. Deeply respects skill at arms and dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. Stubborn. Okay, well, get in the military then. You cheese fiend. What's your name? Destot. You don't often see dwarves that dream of becoming a legendary warrior, but it's nice when it happens. Dreams of mastering a skill. Let's see you saying that you're scary. Cow, water buffalo. What about you? Something, something, art. Weak, impatient, hates the law, clumsy. Oh, so you're bad at everything? You're a fish cleaner. Oh, that checks out. I mean, if you're undeading, what's the inverse of undead? I mean, aside from alive, which is the obvious answer, but wrong answers only. What's the inverse of undead? Dreams of mastering a skill. He personally sees the working hard as a foolish waste of time. Okay, don't work hard. Just, like, go punch things. Six feet. Well, I'm 6 feet over it, so. Also, if a goblin shows up, that's a zombie that's wielding 6 feet, I will laugh pretty hard. Man. That's always a bummer. Let's try just releasing other prisoners. I presume all my dwarves are already dead. If this last one doesn't go through and work. That, I mean, re-alive is kind of the joke that I was making, but that is quite the watch streak. Rolf. Another reincarnation! It's true. Reincarnation is, in fact, the opposite of undead. That's the actual, real response, I think. I'll be honest. I don't know why these dwarves are not hauling these bodies. I'm just going to go into here and just pause all tasks. We're about to be in an ad break anyway. We're just going to pause all of this stuff. It's like I realize most of these dwarves are just making bolts and shit. And that's fair. But I need hands to go do the job of helping the fort and actually finishing constructions and not like, you know, whatever kind of hauling they're doing. So I need these constructions done. And I need those skeletons removed. Yes, to Yoger. But I enabled that like right when I start forts, by the way. Hauling outdoor refuse. I already checked, I'm pretty sure that's enabled. Yeah, they ignore vermin remains, but gather outdoor refuse. It's like the first thing I enable when I start a new fort. Hello, Fishbone Freak. I'm doing all right. Don't know about the rest of the world, but I'm okay. Slept terribly, but getting by. Might play some more Wizard 101 this morning. Let's see how they go. They had a huge fucking booth when I last went to PAX. Al. Wizard 101 is one of those games that I'm like always amazed still exists. May just enable that. Like, just turning on workers dump corpses is a really quick way to just get rid of a lot of shit. Let's go back to the bedrooms layer, which is right here. Whereas they are finishing up all of this. Pew, 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 pew. Somebody's getting extra doors. As much as the doors rock, we don't need that many doors. Sorry, Eurist. I just had a console release, plus we're previewing a spin-off single-player game. Yeah, that single-player game I've been getting emails about for, I want to say 2-3 years, maybe? I haven't asked them to stop yet, because I always feel bad when I do that, but I do kind of have no interest in it. Like, I don't need to play a Persona-style RPG in the Wizard 101 universe, thank you very much, but I'm sure somebody will. Jesus fucking Christ. So I realized that was like kind of an out of nowhere just blurting of thing, but that is a lot of euros. Like, wow. I might need to go get a sandwich while I restart my brain. Thank you for the big fucking pile of euros.
Sandwich!
It's very rare that, like, this happens, but every now and again when I get a tip that large, my knee-jerk response is like, all right, I'm good. I'm taking the rest of the day off. And I don't know why. Like, I feel like there's two responses that people in this line of work have when somebody shuts off their brain with a pile of money. And it's one, like, all right, I'm going to do, like, a marathon stream. And then there's me where I'm like, I hope it wasn't either. But I mean, I always also worry about that somebody like hit an extra zero. That actually, I saw that happen once. I saw somebody tip $1,000 to a streamer once, and they like almost immediately commented in chat that was supposed to be $100. And the streamer was just like, okay, and just refunded it. And then they tipped the $100 like a minute later. So I have seen that happen. It does happen. They do say they promised that was intentional, so that was not a decimal slip. Okay, thank you. That is a lot of money. You're very kind. Feel free to block ads on my YouTube channel for the rest of your life. Guilt-free. Yeah, I don't know what to say. You've seen donated was $10,000 and it was international. There is a individual who infrequently does this, but tips me money directly. I won't say how. And I actually don't know the name of it, but it's whatever Dubai's money uses. It's whatever UAE uses for currency. And my brain just always wonders whenever I see that. It's like, because like I feel like anybody who's played video games for more than like 5 years has probably heard the stories of like that one Saudi prince who just like flew an army of like World of Warcraft nerds out so that they could have a raiding LAN party. Because I've seen that story like recirculated so many times that it's like, Like, it doesn't happen very often, but it's always like a, man, wow. It's crazy. You've never heard that? You've never heard of that story? It's one of those like pieces of like World of Warcraft lore from the early eras. This was like pre-Cataclysm. Oh, did I misread that as international? I definitely read it as intentional in my head, but... Let's do some multi-floors for these bedrooms. Regardless, thank you very much for that massive pile of money. I need to contemplate my existence now. Actually, maybe more my value to society. I'm fine, Shock. I'm your username right now, Shock. It's got a massive super chat on YouTube, and my brain is like malfunctioning. So I'm just gonna make bedrooms for a while until my intelligence comes back. It's like streamer loading. Please hold all requests off for 8 to 10 business days, or at least 8 to 10 business minutes. We'll go with minutes. I hit it without that. Like we had a nifty little hype train earlier. Devilish. We've been pretty consistently hitting it since the Siege update released, so. I did not get a sandwich, this is true. And literally, as I read that YouTube chat, my tummy rumbled. We're also running low on booze, because the population has gone up a bunch.
Sandwich!
I'm gonna go get a sandwich. You guys can follow one of my miners. He's probably gonna go dig that out, I would guess. Yep. I will be back in a moment. Yeah, I will be back in a moment. My withdrawals from society, correct. Actually, I feel like I'm not really participating in society by streaming, so I feel like I withdraw from society most days, but anyway, I'll be back.
Woohoo!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut? the sword!
Nuclear vessels.
Cheese for everyone!
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Is that interesting?
You fucking donkey!
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
No, 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 no! 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 Gobble, 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 gobble.
Heal, damn it!
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing. Bring out your dead!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone!
Oops. I almost punched my green screen over. All right, well that happened. Okay, let's get back to work. This dwarf needs some crafts.
Primeval's up, you.
Is it? Really? That's crazy. All right, let's just go over to here. Melt all of this stuff down. For everyone? Seth? For reference, those sound commands are $70 a year through my blog, $10 a month on Twitch, or $7 a month on my blog. That's how people have them. Yeah. Got a bunch of aquariums. That's good. What was I doing? I had a thing I was going to do. Brain, please talk to me. Where have you been? The ketchup gets you every time. That was actually like a 5-minute rant. Like, comedic rant. Huntress. And, one of my moderators chunked it down to something a bit more reasonable. I guess I could, like, do... Okay, actually, no, I was doing this, right? Yes, this is what I was doing. Sandwich good? Yep, ham and cheese with mustard. I didn't eat it at the computer because the bread that I have at the moment is a very, very crummy. And I don't want to be cleaning bread out of my keyboard. Since YouTube chat's talking about banana bread, I do have to say... Oh, geez. I actually have to say that I did this incorrectly, and that was all nearest material, which is not what I wanted to do. Since YouTube chat's talking about banana bread, I have a stack of bananas sitting on top of my fridge that I'm planning to make into banana bread, because somebody talked about banana bread in chat about a week ago, and it made me want banana bread, but I don't want to go buy a loaf of banana bread because I ain't spending like 12 bucks on a loaf of banana bread, because that just seems silly. They're in like the baking section in Save-On, and it's like, this is too expensive. I can just like buy some bananas and then just make banana bread because I already have everything. I'm just waiting for them to get too ripe. Let's choose raw crescent roll. I have this, like, sourdough bread right now, which is quite crumbly. So, it's more like the fact that it's just got a bunch of seeds on it. It's more what it is. Can I name a dwarf? Cannon. Beard or no beard? You know, I realized that I named Viking's second dwarf, like, or Viking Ball's second dwarf just Viking. I should have named them Ball, because then we could have Cannon and Ball. Oh well. Spikes of seeds, even. Beard, please, can do. How's this very happy Crundlehead Hall and Siege Operator look to you? Also, this is a little bit dramatic. But, because I didn't make a different dump zone, the dwarves are all literally carrying all of the skeletons to the top of a volcano to throw them all into the volcano. You do have, like, the angry eyes. Oopsies. Cannon, who's hauling a Crundlehead, can be very happy and optimistic and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is curious and eager to learn and often feels envious of others. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He often feels lustful and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He enjoys the company of others and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He rarely feels discouraged and doesn't handle stress well. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. And I need to pause the game. And he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. And he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally is utterly disgusted by guile cunning and believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. He doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Is tenuous? Is it tenuous? What's tenuous about it? No. Tipe. I mean, in regards to the decorations. I will keep my Halloween decorations up year round. Thank you much. He likes sulfurite and bismuth, as well as fire agate and coffee wood. The color amethyst. War hammers, chains, and reindeer for their large herds. Muskmelon vines for their fruit, and when possible, prefers to consume reindeer and super brew. And oat flour. Few things better in life than miso glazed salmon. Just skimming YouTube chat. Tim Burton readies the waffle bat. Oh, Tim Burton. So nobody panic, but I think I accidentally like put a bunch of lava where it's not supposed to be. I thought those walls were done. I mean, it's fine, actually. It's just, like, going down into here. And we are pumping it into my walls, which is also fine. It just means that now that I've noticed that, I gotta fix that. Yeah. Question is how? I've actually got a potentially pretty easy fix for this. Just gotta get some water right there. Unexpected bonus lava is, in fact, an unexpected bonus lava. I do have plenty of buckets. That's probably fine for right now. I'm just going to go back over to labor, standing orders, sieges, hauling and dumping, and please don't dump corpses, save them. Let's stop doing that. We're going to go chuck some buckets of water in this. It's just volcano flow speed, so it's actually not that big of a deal. Closer to next Christmas than the last one, so you just left it? Oh, really? Ever since living alone, I haven't done much, if any, decorating for the holiday. I mean, like, I put some Christmas lights on my patio, but that's literally it. Like, I have 2 strings, and I plug them in and stick them out, and that is all I do. So, I've never been a huge celebrator of that holiday, so it makes it kind of easy to ignore, to be honest. You eat gingerbread, Min? What'd Gingy do to you? Just over here melting a bunch of metal objects. Now the real question is, okay, there we go. Do in fact have 2 fill pond tasks. What's up, Maga? Magu? How's things? You would love to make a build hall filled with coins like The Hobbit? I sometimes like doing that. I actually really like it when nobles demand coins. It's like one of my favorite, like, side activities was to build coin holds for nobles. It's always fun. What's up, Aquatic? It's kind of a bummer that this squad is all dead. I'm just going to throw some of the more recent additions to the fortress into this task. And I'll remove ones that, like, seem to absolutely hate it or get upset. Because I don't think that this went any better. Snuck in undetected again. Searched it and found nothing. Yeah, I don't think we're getting my imprisoned dwarves back. It's a bloody shame. Useful things, one of them in required crutches and you had none. I mean, hey, that's useful. I mean, requiring crutches is great, actually. That's maybe one of the best things, like, a noble could require. Hold up, does this dwarf have one arm? You are not missing an arm, but it looks like you are to me. They have a broken leg, so it made a lot of sense. Oh yeah, I mean, hey. I also would demand a crutch if I had a broken leg and didn't have a crutch. Well, okay. That's option A. Let's go to option B. They can try and work on option A. And I will go over to option B. Option B is just simply install 2 pumps here, pump most of the lava over the edge, cackle about it a bit, and then build down into here and then just block it off. That's option B. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. You have a room filled with traction benches? Hey, you know, like that's a whole economy. You know, you've got your rope or chain making industry, you've got your table making industry, and your traction bench making industry, and your mechanisms making industry. Like that's a very industrious noble right there. They want, at the very least, 2 different types of crafts dwarves. And mechanics. Like, that is important, you know? I think traction benches are important, but, like, you don't need 100 of them. That is actually, that is kind of a bit of a pain, though. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I have a noble that demands traction benches, I just groan. Like, oh, no. Oh, no. Well, maybe they're kinky, or maybe they just have back pain. Like, I feel like a traction bench would be a pretty effective way to, like, just, you know, stretch. Or both. Yeah, maybe they're kinky and they have back pain. That's like most of the people that buy inversion tables. I refuse to believe that most of those are, that any of those really are used for their intended purpose. Or are used primarily for, or only, solely for their intended purpose. Like, rethinking my wording here. Did I run out of beds? Wow, I did. I'm just going to do these manually so that I know how many more bedrooms I need to make afterwards. Also because some dwarves just seem to never claim bedrooms. Yeah, the 2 things that I've done that have really, like, improved the moods, I made a mist generator, and I set it so that my militia had a dormitory to sleep in. And that seems to have drastically improved moods of the militia, at the very least. We're in an ad break, but I'm just gonna pause the game and finish assigning these. We're getting there. Only need a few more. Oh, true. True. Hey, Ghosty. You want to be taller? They want to be taller. Eh, true. So true story. The first time I watched the movie Alien was at my friend Clay's house. And Clay's like, aunt and uncle who his family lived with. His parents were like, I don't want to say starving artists, but like frequently unemployed artists, I guess. Like his dad did VFX and his mom was like an artist who like had like sold work and stuff like that. She was a painter, and his aunt and uncle who they lived with had an inversion table, so I may or may not have watched almost the entirety of Alien for the first time upside down. Just, I don't know, I was like 14-ish. I was a kid, and I was like, this is fun. I'm gonna just hang upside down and watch this movie. I have this vague memory of my friend Clay just like looking at me at one point and saying, you know you're gonna pass out, right? They totally would, but in order to try and dig into these bedrooms, they would need to cross this double thick wall that is surrounded and filled with lava. So if they can cross the wall, absolutely they'll try to dig through that. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, but like, what if they try to dig under the wall? Yeah, they probably would do that. If there wasn't a bucket of lava underneath the lava. Just in case you didn't think we had enough lava, I've accounted for that. Did I pass out? No, I like eventually just got out of the inversion table. Oh, also, I don't know whose body this is. I'm just gonna put a ramp here so we can get rid of it. Oh. No, Blizzard men are actually like extremely rare in Dwarf Fortress. There's like only one type of map that they settle in, and not every world has them. I think I've seen them in sieges since Premium once, and maybe once or twice before then. I mean, truly. Fireland. Truly. So I'm never going to get those two done, and that's okay. But ideally, I can get two walls placed like right here, and I can just move this. It's fine. A womb of fire, that's kind of terrifying of a like series of words in the same sentence. But it's not the worst description. We are Bane's frenemy. I mean, we are on a first Bane basis. Banesis? I'll workshop it. We'll get back to it. Why am I using any materials? What am I doing? I don't want wood there. I mean, I think that fire is pretty dwarfy. It's also pretty anti-dwarfy. Yes, Jesus, Blizzard men. So that's encrusted with octagon cut green zircons. I wonder if that's still gonna work. Foreshadows a break in the wall. I mean, just another break in the wall. So yeah, my brain is still a little shut off, chat. Sandwich didn't help much. I should finish my coffee. It's cold, but it'll work eventually. We don't need flood protection? I mean, it's fine. It's fine. We got this. What is the worst that could happen? Lava goes somewhere else that it's not supposed to be, as opposed to where it's currently going, where it's not supposed to be. Oh no. Anyways. I think we'll be okay. I think that I will be able to make this work regardless of the current setbacks. I feel like the dwarves probably listen to a lot of Another Brick in the Wall. Just a personal feeling, but it seems like a dwarfy enough song to me. Okay, cool. That's not going to break it. So now instead of the lava going to where it's not supposed to be, it's going somewhere else it's not supposed to be. But that'll allow me to go over here and then build down to where it's currently not supposed to be. So that I can... You get it, I think. Let's just get some water dumps into here. Oh, I was wondering why this wasn't pumping as fast as it's supposed to and why there was nothing coming out of that. It's because there's sand there. It's like, this should be going faster. What's the holdup? So I only dug out half of it is the issue. So as far as where's this lava going, it's still going exactly the same place it was before. It's just, instead of going down these stairs, it's just bubbling over the edge. It's actually pretty dramatic looking. And look at that. It's kind of dope. You know, I haven't done this in a while. And curiosity is getting the better of me, chat. What about you? Do you sometimes like feel just like an urge to know, to find out, to discover things that you haven't seen in a while? I want to know what this fort looks like in Stone Sense. It's not so bad. I mean, it is, but it's not. Because like you can disable stuff. So if you have like a fort that you've built that you don't want to fall apart, and changes have been made that are freaking you out, just do that. Here we go. So this is the front moat. This is the front entrance. Over here. It's a little bit too boxy for me. This is the actual inside of the fort. These are the upper levels. The outside of the wall. It's where the bedrooms are over here. And the populated bed floor. Where the lava's falling. The temples. Oh. Turn my camera back on. Top of the hill, and then the super duper ugly stairs that are unfinished, but I need to build something up top here. I don't know what. Maybe a dome or a ball. Regardless, this is where we're currently futzing around over here. Outside farm for dyes. Right now I need to redirect some lava so that I don't actually just fill my fortress up with lava. Because that isn't the goal here right now, believe it or not. I mean, it's happening. It's just it's not the only intended outcome. Speaking of, I can soon close this because the outer wall out here is almost full. It's got a ways to go, though. Seems like we've got a party about to happen. It's pretty hot, actually. True Egon. Very dense as well. Man. I think we need to expand my clothing industry a bit. I'm seeing a lot of dwarves that need to acquire objects. So what I think we're gonna do, can you be a bald dwarf? Like this one? That bald enough for you? Or do you want a different bald dwarf? Perfect, cool. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he's extremely competent in himself in situations requiring his skills. He is often sad and dejected, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he's conflicted by this as he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He is very humble, and he's grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and Deucem has been taken by a fey mood. He tries to return favors and often feels envious of others, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He often is cheerful, and he tends to not reveal personal information, and he likes to take it easy. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, values family, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. And an elven caravan has arrived? Really? They threatened me not super long ago. Welcome back, I guess. And he doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes bauxite and iron and claro opal, as well as coated leather and giant snapping turtle shell, naff fabric, the color yellow, crossbows, breastplates, statues, and ducks for their quacks. And when possible, prefers to consume sea nettle, jellyfish, and guava wine, and absolutely hates lizards. He's married to an ex-dwarf and has a bunch of friends in the fort. Wants martial training. Well, anyway, welcome to the fort. Knowing how dense lava is, I wonder if you could skateboard on top of moving wave of lava. Maybe surfboard? Skateboard might be bad for the wheels. Okay, let's see how this is going up here. Tis getting there. Just waiting for dwarves to come up here and dump water into here, which is happening pretty regularly. Okay. I'm just kind of hoping that this will cool off on this end over here. And that'll be enough. Let's also stick a pit pond over here. Get them to dump a bucket of water right there. Because if that's enough, then I can just deconstruct you, build down into here, and then just build wall here, wall here. Have you moved off of the leatherworks? Yes, you have. You've grabbed elkbird leather, schist stones. What else? Hates lizards, True Egon. You heard me. This is the sequel fortress to a fortress that I made called Trumpet Beans. Trumpet Beans was an attempt to take over the world, and it went terribly. So I'm attempting vengeance by building on a volcano and fighting the goblin hordes back into submission. There's no fancy theme here because it is, you know, I'm still trying to figure out the siege mechanics. So basically, like, be at war with people is the goal here. Well, that's a busted up doorway. This might be one of my favorite details, is that the furniture show, like, destroyed sprites. Like, that shit looks so cool to me. Like, that is one destroyed door. But that's kind of the TLDR marking. The early stages of this fort were really tough. The dwarves suffered horribly. We had a baron at one point, but they died. It took years for me to even get, like, a functional series of bedrooms set up because we kept getting attacked by necromancers, and I was not, like, giving a shit about the dwarves and just setting up walls, basically. But, you know, now we have double thick, dummy thick walls fortified with lava. So... got some cave spider silk cloth. All right, let's just see what we have for silk, actually, because I should have a bunch of silk. 201 silk, cool. Let's make some silk clothing, I think. Silk. Let's make silk dresses, because I don't actually think I'm making dresses right now. Let's just make 100 of them. We've already got loincloths. The rentals. Also gonna go into here. Gonna re-enable all of my jobs. Are the dwarves doing pretty good? They've certainly, like, bettered themselves up today. And also, I've got some elves to trade with, which I'm actually going to trade with. Mostly because I want to see what kind of animals they brought, if any. And I doubt that they're going to trade with me much longer. Hold up, what? Oh, I guess everything's just made its way into bins. There's my gem bins. Am I, like, running out of cut gems? Tisk. It's a little bit annoying. You know, this is kind of the life hack, is just sell them cloth. Because they will take plant cloth and other things without really questioning it. Yeah, I'll just cut some gems. Do they have elephants for sale? Probably not, but they do have elephants. Because they've been bringing them, like, as, not for trading, but, like, as livestock. Yeah, it looks like they just have fruits and vegetables, but that's still enough for me. I would like to trade for that, because if you trade with them enough, they'll bring their livestock. But, they're not the happiest with me, it turns out. Okay, this is starting to look the way I want it to look. Too many dead trees? Oh no, that's not why they're pissed at me. Well, they're pissed at me for that, but they're pissed at me because they all died twice. Not even my fault. They just arrived, like, simultaneously with sieges. So, like, the actual annoying... Like, they've threatened me over the trees, as they do. But they haven't... It hasn't been long enough that, like, they are mad about the trees, if that makes sense. Like, it takes a while for them to actually get that pissed off at you. And even, like, even though I'm not at that point just yet, like... They're kind of fed up with me, I guess. You have to demand tribute to make contact with factions that you don't have contact with. It's a bit counterintuitive. You know, I could also just bring some mechanisms. Because these are just encrusted with gems. Why don't we just do that? Just bring, like, a mechanism. They didn't walk into the lava. No, the siegers definitely just killed them. Because earlier on in this fortress, the trade depot was outside of the safety of the walls for a good chunk of it. And I had a few sieges arrive and just, like, absolutely obliterate the traders. All artifact items are untoppable and indestructible when constructed. Murky. So, like, if you have an artifact statue, it doesn't matter how many trolls try, they cannot topple it. Same with doors. But they're only indestructible if they're artifacts. Holy shit. You know, I know people joke about, like, avocados being expensive, but, like, the first thing I see here is avocados, and it's like, I can't trade avocados for this one mechanism. Watch this mechanism have wood in it. I don't think it does, because I haven't decorated anything with bones or wood, but it should just be encrusted with gems. We will find out. Unless it is made from magma-safe materials, it is not magma-safe. They're untoppable. They're not magma-safe. Sweet. Untoppable does not equal magma-safe. So, like, even if it's made out of, like, if it's made out of glass, right? Like, glass is magma-safe. Still not magma-safe. Unless, unless the artifact also happens to be only containing magma-safe items. So if it's like a glass artifact that only contains glass and is a pump and is like a floodgate, that would be safe. Right? So like if you had an obsidian mechanism that contains no ingredients other than obsidian, that would be magma-safe. But if you had an obsidian mechanism that is encrusted with I don't know, granite cabochons and has leather and a gem, that is not lava safe. Although, that being said, if you, say, accidentally break a non-lava safe artifact, say it's a door, right? And lava gets on it and the door disappears. If you retire the fort and unretire the fort, it'll be on the map again. Like, it reappears itself. Which, in my opinion, is, like, a crazier power than, like, being lava safe. Like, a way crazier power. That's an interesting concept, Void's Umbrella. Isn't Crystal Light or Crystal, isn't that already in the game? Like, I feel like, hold on, let me look. Is it funny that it's funny, I go to type Wikipedia into like my web browser and the Dwarf Fortress Wikipedia defaults. I mean, there's already plenty of radioactive material and, like, toxic materials. Okay, so there's, like, crystal beryl, or however the fuck you say that. It's a green semi-precious gem. No, not the thing you're talking about, probably. Speaking of, I should make goblets. Let's make some silver goblets and silver rings. And stop making copper tables because I ran out of copper. You're in an ad break, so I will wait. You know, I'm gonna say this. As long as it doesn't poison the dwarves, Coach, I'm here for it. Because I've played forts that have like deadly dust and things that are effectively poisons. with similar effects to things like asbestos and like poison, like uranium as well. It's not fun. Like, this game like does not really lend itself to being like, they would need to make some pretty drastic changes, which is possible. I mean, they could do it, but at least in the current state, every time I envision like toxic items or poisons or even like radioactivity, it just hurts my brain a little bit because like I can't see how playing that would be fun. That being said, it would be cool if we could make uranium. I just don't want it to be toxic. Like, let me make uranium. We have all of the parts. Just like, make it a really dense material. I want to drop goblins on it. Okay? So, like, you know, I would be okay with asbestos to, like, I don't know, like, line copper pipes with asbestos or something to make them lava safe. Like, that would be neat. But, like, as long as it's not toxic, you know? Like, if anything, make it really heavy, or I think at most, the most that I would be willing to deal with, if there was, like, certain materials of the game that basically just gave dwarves, like, cave adaptation, which is when they puke when they go outside. Like, if there was, say, a material that if they worked with it too much, they would just start puking occasionally. Like, that I'd be fine with. Yeah, that's cool. Do that. You know, like, if, like, your entire fortress is asbestos, your dwarves just kind of vomit a little more. Maybe they live 2 years less. Like, that's about as much as I think I would be willing to tolerate, at least the way the game works right now. Or even better, actually, if your fortress is filled with lead, asbestos, and uranium, Tarantos, the dwarves, completely unaffected, don't care. However, if you have humans and human visitors, they get nauseous. They basically just give them cave adaptation. Like, just make them nauseous, make them sick and vomit, and also, like, knock 5 years off their lifespan. I think that would be pretty awesome, actually. No, I know. We already have, like, the parts to make uranium. You just can't refine it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to Yoger, is, like, sure, let us use the things that are already in the game, but, like, within reason, I suppose. I can actually push this further up this way. I'm gonna push it. Like, I would be totally okay with that. Oh, yeah, I guess you could also do uranium glass. I mean, okay, never mind. I'm not going to push it. I have a family heirloom, which isn't in my possession, but it's in my parents' will that I get it, which is a lead pewter pint glass that my grandmother brought with her from Ireland when she moved to Canada. It's maybe the dwarfiest thing in my family's possession. I mean, that's basically just Slade, right? Void's umbrella. Uranium-tipped bolts. Those would just be really heavy, right? Okay. The reason this is filling up is because one dwarf got tired. Tisk. Come on, Eurist. We need a Pumpy McGee replacement. Stat. Well, it's sorted now, but a bit too late. Grumble. You know, I hadn't really thought about this. Could just completely change this design. Do they have a way in the bottom right now? They don't. Oh yeah, no, I've heard about that. Like, one of my favorite things that like happened in ancient history was how the Egyptians used honey as like a disinfectant, but would also put it in cavities, which is like makes sense, but also cavities. Yeah, I'm just gonna change the design of this. We'll just do this quicker. They were this close to get it? Yeah, no, like they had like half of the steps. They just had them, they just used the wrong, well, they had the right steps. They just used them in the wrong order. Wait, what? They used honey as a torture method? Killed them with sweetness? I didn't know that. Oh. I mean, okay, that makes sense. That's what I said, Gambit. Or Gimbit in YouTube chat. I'm not the most versed on ancient history, so you're gonna have to forgive me, but... But what? Murky, that's wild. Forgotten Beast Kulur, Stithanthaguintwo, or whatever, an enormous skinless lizard. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. Beware, it's fire! Uh-oh. That's not good. It's where it can get to me. This is the layer that has access to the underground. Harm. Okay. Well. Just so that my plans over here don't get ruined. Okay. Who's ready to see what my dwarves can do? Hippity hoppity, hope for the best. Aren't you cute? Oh! The game's really thinking about the pathing on this one. That's interesting. Has no kills, really? Also, I love their... Okay, I love this. This creature's last name is my grandmother the one time she caught me swearing. Cooler, profane, bad! Oh, that's great. Walmart Dragon, yeah, pretty much. I once had a fire-breathing chicken, which I called a knockoff fire-breathing dinosaur. Oh, Jesus, that's funny. Let me just adjust my lights real quick. I look kind of yellow. There we go. That looks better. Jesus. Was on pissing on wheat to see if it blooms? Bruh. How do you figure that out? Deucem the Leatherworker has created Motenshal, Motul Anriz. An elk bird leather armor. And offers it to the Song of Wind. That's pretty dope. This is an elk bird leather armor. I'm going to assign this to my mayor, actually. This thing is really actually causing my frame rate to hitch, which is a little weird. Because there's like no particular reason why this should be causing... Oh. No. All right, yeah, no idea. Let me just try opening up the back door. Dwarves are trying to head down. Unless there's a bunch of cancels somewhere. Apparently we're short on plant cloth. It's probably like a restricted workshop or something. I do have an active cheese industry, by the way, for those of you who don't know. I'm just gonna pause it though. That seems to have helped, actually. Bet you it was something that they couldn't access that was outside of the burrow. Cheesing it? Well, sort of. I'm actually going to lock this door. I'm curious as to see what it does. Yeah, okay. At least until my soldiers get down here. Okay, they're there. So this could go very, 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 very bad. And I don't care. So, gonna get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck. We'll see what this creature does. Mr. Profane Bad. I need to screenshot that. That's too fucking funny. It's too goddamn funny. It has fire. Did you forget your crossbow? I guess so. Kenton is on fire. Meanwhile, Dishmab here is still firing bolts. Armed with silver bolts. Almost out of ammo. Catches fire. Should have brought more wine, Dwarf. So Kenton actually put the fire out briefly. Oh, there goes a cat. It's Cuddle. Dishmab here was able to put out the fire and is running off to go pick up equipment. The creature is now turning around and moving into the stairs. Is seriously injured. Fortunately. Dishmab is pale and bleeding heavily. Well, they did stop bleeding. Her upper body's fat is gone and her lower body's fat is gone, and there's a smear of dwarf grease. So, fun fact about dwarves, the melting point of fat is lower than the burning point of skin, meaning if you catch fire, and you are a dwarf, and you put that fire out quick enough, you might just leak all of the fat out of your body and become extremely skinny, which actually gives them a massive bonus to their ability to agility. So if this dwarf survives this, they're going to be very, very, very agilic soon. Did I run out of crossbows or something? Because everybody appears to be picking up crossbows. And you're putting a sock away. That's very important, Dwarf. I'm glad that you've got your priorities backwards. Anyway, here comes big problem numero 2. Oh, nope, you do have a crossbow. Well, you are... I thought you were better at dodging than you actually are, but do you have a... You do have a papaya. Well, that's good. You do also have a flask, which can put out the fire on you at least once, and you have a artifact crossbow. Creature is bleeding heavily. The advantage that crossbow dwarves have against fire-breathing beasts is they can keep shooting through smoke, whereas non-ranged dwarves can't do that. Okay, so the creature turned around briefly. It's continuing to move. All right, it's time to get cereal. Hope you brought your Frosted Flakes, chat. It's time to lock a bunch of doors. It's for your own good, dwarves. It's also time for the frame rate to get very bad. There's Freeways, who's on fire, and I nod the Bone Doctor. Got a wrestler coming around the corner here. We've got an Axe Dwarf. Now, if you're wondering to yourself, why are you fighting this? You don't need to. I know. I wanted to. 'Tis bleeding heavily. It is winded. It cannot breathe. It is going to die. We've got Yushrir, the pale bleeding hammer dwarf, on top of the creature, right next to Etur, the great spear dwarf, who is not doing anything. He's just standing next to it. And this dwarf here, who is screaming, "I've improved my striking," that was satisfying, while repeatedly bashing it with their shield, bruising the guts, and blocking balls of fire. Unfortunately, though, Etur, the Spearmaster, has been set aflame. Oh, excellent. So migrants have arrived to replace the dead. Good, good, good. But the creature fell. Almost as swiftly as it arose. Guess I shall unlock the doors. Now, the real question is, who killed it? I know it bled to death, but... Oh, wow. The Forgotten Beast is no longer enraged. It found peace. I think it was the Spearmaster who died. That or it was the Hammer Dwarf. We will remember this fight with a statue. And I've got this dwarf here who's bleeding very heavily. Doran Ultra Copper. It was so hot, all the fat melted out of his body. Dreams of mastering a skill. Time to rebuild the military. Can kills be assigned to dead dwarves? Oh yeah, I mean, if the person who, like, killed it died then they get credited with the kill. Yes. So much blood. So those are all the dwarves that are now missing, or were found dead. Let's just do a little bit of this. Light back on. And then this papaya is taking a very long time to burn. I'm just gonna extinguish it. Colette has been missing for a week. Can you name a new recruit? Helsikig? Sure. Melee or ranged recruit? Yes, we saved the papaya. Still have locked doors? Correct. I think that's all of them. Melee, okay. Poor Ann Kenton. That was a good dwarf. Gods for the papaya. Save the papaya! Did you want a beard or no beard? In regards to the recruit. Ferlin. I also need to see if I can butcher this. The dwarves are singing. I actually really want to know what they're singing. The Lilac of Pantomimes. They really like that dance. They're performing it a lot. Bearded Cat. You can have that new commander. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but almost never feels discouraged, is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and does not go out of his way to help others. That's fine. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He can handle stress, and he tends to take offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And he has a sense of humor. He was set on fire by that monster, and strongly values tranquility and quiet, and thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy, and doesn't care about art, one way or another. Dreams of mastering a skill. He likes calcite and nickel silver and ruby and walnut wood, clear glass and helmet snake tooth and giant snapping turtle shell, hoods and chickens and for their clucking and the sound of the desert of luxury, and when possible prefers to consume spicy dogfish and banded knifefish, and dwarven rum and peas. And he hates blood gnats. He has a pet bunny, worships the fish god, and is faint. And the reason he's faint is because he his upper body fat is gone and his lower body fat is gone. Because he was set on fire and has thus no fat left. He's also pretty happy about it, putting on all these exceptional items. Helskiga? Okay. Hacking? What? Maybe hacking apart baddies. I really want to see if this body is butcherable. Aban, the glassmaker's been missing for a week. See if I can butcher this spicy monster. Looks like we can. Chat, how much meat do you think that that spicy monster has? Also, it does look like they've made it now so that Forgotten Beasts... Wait. How are you entombed, but also missing for a week? I'm just going to make an engraving for you anyway. How much meat do you think that this thing has? And also, how do you feel about this? So instead of, like, showing as just, like, a square version of the monster's sprite, they're now... they just immediately become a skeleton? What do you guys think about that? Do you guys like that? Yes or no? I'm, like, undecided. I think the square sprite made it clearer, personally. So we have 278 meat at the moment. Gosh, how many dwarves did I lose? And now I have 660. And 144 bone! Damn right. Stop making totems for a bit.
Bones, bones, bones.
Lots of bones. No, it is not. Killer Well, I guess like you could make like a corpse stockpile and only assign butcherable creatures to it, but like even then, I don't think it is. This fort really took shape. Oh yeah, it's getting there. Slowly. Speaking of getting there. These need to get made pretty ASAP. And I think we're about to get hit by an ad break. Let me just check real quick. Yes, so I'm just going to do some designating while we're waiting. I'm going to set up some more bedrooms, or space for more bedrooms, rather. You know, I have to say that the most annoying bug that Dwarf Fortress has gotten recently, I'm thinking about this right now that a bunch of dwarves died and I'm making bedrooms, was that bug where dwarves would maintain their bedrooms after they died and you had to reassign them. I think that might actually be my least favorite bug that has happened in the game in recent memory. And I'm very glad that it's been fixed. Just gonna make a bunch of memorials up and in here. If I want to do specific tombs as well, I could easily do that. Do like this or something. And Dos to thou hoist, thank you very much for the second month with Prime. Welcome back, chat. Maybe in the far future? I don't even think that needs to be in the far future. I think that could just be a designatable thing that they could just put in the list, but... I think the issue with it would be, like, it would just be a corpse stockpile, but it would need to be resorted constantly, right? Because the second they become rotten, they cease to be butcherable. Like, it would be a very... Well, actually, I don't know. Would they rot in a stockpile? I guess they... I don't know. That would be weird. Because, like, I feel like rotten... bodies rot in stockpiles without any form of... I wonder if they could fit that into, like, the preserving food thing. Because Tarn wants to change how food preserving works. It's a bit simplistic at the moment. 94 Tails, thank you very much for the 7th month. You know, adding things like salts and whatnot. I literally just need to get these done. Can you fake out nobles? If you give a noble a really nice tomb, and then you unassign them from that tomb, they will get negative thoughts. Are you talking about, like, when they die? Because, yeah. Absolutely. Take the body, throw it in the volcano, make a little tombstone so that they don't come back as a ghost to haunt you, and then say bye, Sharona. Yeah, no, you can absolutely do that. 100%. All right, well, this can now refill. And I can now do the thing that I wanted to do. You love pranking nobles after death? I mean, who doesn't? Not like they mind. They're dead. All right, well, this little oopsie is now solved. What's up, Lurkover? Holy lava? I mean, yeah. Pretty much. I did have to overflow my mode a wee bit on this side, but it's fine. It's fine. I didn't mean to do it, but I did it. Only if they were crappy nobles, though. Sometimes I do actually give them their tombs. Fun fact, there was a bug in the game for a really long time where just nobles would get unassigned from their tombs when they die. And so dwarves kind of used to just culturally do that. Pranking nobles as such. It's the thought that counts. What? The thought of maybe, yeah, you know what? I'm considering maybe giving you a tomb and then just not doing it. It's 12 blocks. Yeah, we'll do shale. Why not? A bit of a different color. Balls. The Forgotten Beast Duja Sigaril has come. An enormous scaly newt. I knew it! Anyway, it has a pair of long antennae and it undulates rhythmically. Its sea green scales are large and overlapping. Beware its poison sting. I shall be wary it. Oh, it's fine. It can't get to me. I knew it! You heard me. It's enormous, which means it's like the size of a small dog. I love the idea of just like an enormous like thing just being like bigger than it is supposed to be instead of actually being like the size of a semi-truck. Like, I love the idea of a forgotten beast just being like, you know, it's an enormous nematode, which is possible, and it's like that big. That's always been like my mental image when like the game throws that wording at me. I'm like, oh, enormous in comparison to a friend of yours during the first year had an expedition leader become the king. The result is that the mayor he can't appoint. Oh, if he literally, I don't know how long he's played that save for, or if he's still playing. But if you literally just wait for like, or rather, until you get enough migrants to elect somebody mayor, you can appoint people. Like, that should just fix itself. If not immediately, then pretty quickly. Because I remember I had something similar happen and I couldn't appoint anybody. And I literally just, like, waited. And, like, within the first year, I could appoint people. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've had that happen. It's kind of funny when it does, to be honest. I guess this is 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's check. 7, 8. I need to make more slabs. I realize I just manually queued these up, but rock, slab. Let's make 50 more. You had your first wedding notification? Hell yeah! It's actually kind of hard to get dwarves to marry each other. They really need to, like, spend a lot of time together. Long breaks in the tavern is a really good way to do that. Also, because another person mentioned that this fort took shape. Yeah, this fort kind of took off once I kind of got past that initial hump of everybody hating me because I didn't give them bedrooms for the first 2.5 years. But, like, we didn't even have a tavern for a year in this fort. That's how focused I was on, like, managing moods. Or not managing moods. Defending the fortress, not even managing moods. Oh, also, I've decided I'm going to buy that new Bannerlord DLC. I think I'm going to stream that on Friday. Just do a Friday stream of it. Just because I want to play. I want to play in boats. That's all. I want to play with Viking ships. You need more weddings, Tarn? Then give your dwarves more time off. Literally. They need a 2-day work week to get married. A sneaking system with the DLC? I mean, I wouldn't have noticed if it was in the DLC, but... Wait, hold on. Can you sneak while driving a boat? I need to ask the important questions, okay? Please humor me. And if no, I'm not disappointed. Much. You could probably sneak while on a boat and like hide on the boat, but yeah, it has boats. I saw this trailer like a month ago and was like, ah. It's like 30 bucks though. It's like not a cheap DLC. Also, it's got mixed reviews because, you know. See? Like, I don't know. I'm simple, man. I want to be a Viking. Like, I feel like everybody in their heart wants to be a Viking. Also, this is now the official video game of the band Amon Amarth. Actually, I think Amon Amarth should have written music for this DLC. I'm just saying. Nice damage. Seems they used AI for some things, such as the Way of Things. Oh, is that why it has mixed reviews? I did notice that. It doesn't disclose it. Ask them if they prefer to be a Viking, a knight, or a samurai. It's just like their brain malfunctions and they go, my childhood! I mean, skimming the mixed reviews after you said that, it kind of just looks like the AI's bad, but so typical Bannerlord complaining, but IDK. I mean, to be completely fair, Arc Raiders is full of fucking AI shit, and that game, people seem to love it, so I think, like, when a game sets a precedent like that, positive or negative, like, that's just gonna kind of become the standard. Which kind of is what it is. I hate it, but it is what it is. You want to be a ninja? Right. So dye your hair blue and get really good at Fortnite. It's your only option. Yeah, I mean, like, not to, like, discount, like, how annoyed I am about Arc Raiders and that. The reality is, that's just Embark Studios. Their other game is also full of generative technology, which is the finals. Like, that game, the announcers are entirely generated. And they kind of sucked initially, and everybody kind of hated it. And then they, over time, Embark just made them better. And now people just kind of stopped caring. It's like, this is a weird take, but people get up in arms over AI bullshit that feels lazy. But if it doesn't feel lazy, people seem to like it or not care so much. But also, like, a lot of the things that Embark does is, like, not new. Like, what's it called? Arc Raiders has, like, that feature where you can disguise your voice, which I almost consider, like, an accessibility feature. You know, like, if you want to, you know, avoid harassment or if you don't like the sound of your voice, that's actually a pretty useful tool. And, like, that's existed in online games since, like, Xbox 360. So I don't know. I'm, like, a little bit mixed on some of the stuff that they're doing, but which is honestly just, like, a much more modern take on an old piece of technology, the voice changing stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just, like, I'm mixed on the whole thing. I don't like it. I do kind of like the sales pitch from a lot of smaller devs about how, oh, we don't use any AI, which is neat, but Yeah, but they don't just use pitch modulation. Sapphic. That's the thing. I think, like, if you're going to argue, like, what is a good use of that kind of technology, I personally feel that's a good use of that kind of technology. Allowing players to change their voice in a game that requires a lot of social speech. Like, if you're going to use that technology for something, that's something that I'm not super bothered by, personally. No, they're not doing that. But they are using... How do I put this? It's not voice pitching. There's more to it. I don't know the correct terminology, but it's not running locally on your computer. It's running through their voice chat server. Can we just go back to the era of, like, everything sounding like Microsoft Sam? Because Moonbase Alpha was genuinely one of the greatest experiences of my life. Jetpack Tuxedo? Also, a human caravan has arrived in other news. I want every voice actor in every video game to sound like Stephen Hawking. No exceptions. Yeah, doesn't Black Ops have, like, crappily generate... I say crappily generated because they don't look good. I've seen screenshots of them. Like, generated name cards or kill cards or whatever they're called. And, like, the biggest take I've seen is, these look bad. Why did you even put them in the game? And I tend to agree, like, why? What is the point? It's just look bad. Although, Activision is owned by Microsoft now, and Microsoft is an AI-first company. So, it kind of checks out, I guess. You know, here's the thing. The studios that make Call of Duty are so gargantuan, it actually wouldn't surprise me if somebody working at... I actually don't know which studio made the most recent Black Ops. Is that Treyarch? Anyway, I've lost the plot on that. It actually wouldn't surprise me. Apologies. If they're just... It's not that there wasn't any oversight, but, like, if they were just like, all right, it's your job to go make these cards, and, like, they weren't given enough time, or, like, they were about to go on their vacation, and they were like, hey, I just used this thing to generate these. Can I just use these? And they'd probably be like, yeah. Like, I think there probably was human oversight. I don't think they actually care. I genuinely think that, like, that's the reality, because, like, any self-respecting artist would have looked at those and been like, these look awful. Redo these. The fuck? You're tired of the AI train? Okay, so, like, don't call it a train, though, because I've ridden on so many automated trains that I'm kind of okay with trains being automated. We can keep the trains automated. As long as there's somebody sitting in an office making sure they don't hit each other, I'm good. Like, don't be mean to trains. Trains can be robots. It's fine. No, I get you. You know, I was thinking about the AI bubble the other day, Chap9, and you know what popped into my head? I can't remember the name of the artist who sings the song, but Bubble Pop, the K-pop classic. And ever since then, whenever people mention AI bubble, all I can think of is bubble pop. Not soda pop, bubble pop. It's a song. Go look it up. Literally just go to YouTube and type in bubble pop. You'll find it. I mean, at the very least, Ivan, can we, like, reduce the cost of RAM, please? It's increasing costs and removing jobs. It's not lowering costs and reducing tedium. It's increasing costs. The kind of apocalyptic take that I've had for a minute now is, you know, a lot of employers are going all in on the whole, yeah, just fire everybody and replace them with AI thing, right? AI is pissing out money faster than they can ask nicely for it from investors. So when there's no employees left, is AI still going to be the cheap option? Because I don't think so. I mean, it's already really expensive on the consumer side. Power-wise, hardware requirement-wise, and subscription-wise for a lot of these models. They're just going to charge a salary. Like, anybody who thinks otherwise is nuts. That's all. The technology is useful in some senses, and its use case should be limited to spell check and grammar check. And, like, you know, audio isolation, maybe. But that's all it really needs to do. All right, let's make a memorial. To those dwarves. Needs to actually gain some problems in life is what that guy is. Jetpack tuxedo. Also, you're being awfully nice to that person. I think in reality, they're actually spending $10 a prompt to talk to their girlfriend that doesn't exist. I don't know. I don't know if I want CEOs of companies that actually have some control over my life being robots. I know that they're basically robots already, Jetpack, but like, if they were actually robots, that's actually like a really scary proposition to me. I'll be honest with you. No, I haven't seen any stories about people getting divorced because of robots. I have seen people using robots as, like, to help them come up with reasons to get divorced. Like, using it like an excuse bot. As in, like, I've heard, like, I obviously haven't seen this happening in person, but I've heard stories of, like, divorces happening where people are actively arguing with ChatGPT running. I've heard about that, but... unless that's what you're saying. Although, I don't know, I can't get married, so, like, why would I fucking care about getting divorced with a robot's help? I don't know, that to me is just, that just sounds like people need therapy more than anything. More like me making excuses about being chronically single. I actually just don't want to get married. I just kind of didn't finish forming the sentence before I said it. I mean, here's the thing, right? George, I'm of the opinion and belief that people should use technology for its intended purpose. And you saying that you hope that, like, models, like language models, help developers, solo developers specifically, was what you said, make better games. Sure, it already is. AI assistants are already a proven useful tool for speeding up the process of programming. That's what it's designed for. That's what it should be used for. It shouldn't be ham-fisted into every single piece of software, device, utility, fridge, appliance, item that I purchase. It shouldn't forcibly invade every aspect of life. It also, hot take, shouldn't replace people doing creative work. Because those jobs are important. And if it devalues that kind of work, then the amount of skilled people you have making that kind of product goes down. Because there's less work in that industry, it's harder to get jobs, which ends with you having less available people able to make the creative work that you like seeing. So in many ways, it already is speeding up people's workflow for certain things, the things that it was designed for. But like, you know, whenever things are like, with the power of AI, I look at it and go, all right, are you saying that because you just renamed a feature that you already had before as AI because it used some sort of machine learning? Okay, fine, whatever. That doesn't bug me. Like, using machine learning for stuff is fine. Okay, we've been doing that for a really long time. But all this AGI bullshit, like RAM quadrupling in prices because Meta decides we're just going to buy every single RAM stick in existence just in case we need them when we build a fucking warehouse the size of Manhattan to house a AI that's going to blow the planet up. I don't see the positive result in that, especially in a world where like more and more and more people are just trying to put their phone down and like take a break. Seems more just like techno-fascism to me than anything, but I digress. We're not building imaginary gold mines. We're building very real piles of e-waste. which has gold in it, I guess. So maybe it'll be a gold mine in 1,000 years after, like, future archaeologists dig up our smoldering corpses. Ooh, I caught a jabber. Cool. Green glass, gunmetal unicorn. Oh, you redeemed a dwarf? Maybe. A happy peasant. Do I even have any peasants? I do have one peasant. They aren't unhappy. How's that? High Master Wound Dresser, in fact. It doesn't matter where it came from, Magu. What matters is that's where it's going, right? You know, it's funny. The movie Her seems very quaint. Because, like, sorry, spoilers for the movie Her. That movie ends with, like, I'll hold my hand up until the spoiler's done. So if you don't want a spoiler for, like, a decade-old movie, like, plug your ears, I guess. That movie ends with the AI just leaving and just, like, being like, I can talk to everybody at once. I'm gonna go now. So quaint. You had a dwarf in this fort before, right? So I'm just gonna call you Swifty2. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She likes to brawl, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. This is definitely not a Taylor Swift fan. She doesn't focus on material goods and is a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally this dream was realized, and personally views loyalty unfavorably. Like Softwrite, Lead, and Dementoid, as well as Orangewood and helms and trousers and cages and reindeer for their large herds. The words of the Aquamarine of Luxuries and the sight of the Azure Petals, and when possible prefers to consume giant chinchilla and rye beer. And peas! And blood amaranth leaves, and absolutely hates rats. It was not a good choice, but it was the choice that you made. The last movie, or no, the last, this is going to be a weird sentence. The last first date movie I saw was Transformers 2. So, speaking of terrible choices, you and me both made. Bittersweet because the AI loves to talk to the guy and to everyone else, but as time passes so slowly, it's like reading a book where each word stretches a million miles away. That's a sentence. Yeah. Her was a strange movie, but also kind of an interesting movie. I am expanding my tavern, by the way. Oh, I fucking love Drive. But didn't look anything up about it in advance. And when he crushed that dude's head in the elevator, she started crying, and it was so funny. I feel really bad for your girlfriend at the time. Jetpack tuxedo. That wasn't even like the worst Ryan Gosling movie it could have been. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. It's very kind of you. I don't know what you're looking for, Tenuous. Oh, beers? Is that what you're looking for? Also, hey, you sniped the Space Pants and Sentient Potato. Good shot. Thanks, Devilish. Or Devil Dawn, not Devilish. I was looking at the wrong name while reading one name. Bleh.
Also, long time no see. So Fork the AI. What are the siege weapons and do they work?
They work, yes. I put up a tutorial this, not this morning, yesterday morning. The other today morning. Yesterday. I put up a tutorial yesterday. So yeah, if you are looking for a for tutorialization of the new siege weapons, they are there is a video that shows their range capabilities with a bit of explainers of how they work and what they do, and yeah, it's underperforming compared to everything else that I do, which is interesting because it has a significantly higher number of likes than videos with that number of views tend to get, but also has like a significantly worse click-through rate and like is getting recommended like nada. It's like very weird to upload tutorials these days in comparison to the other stuff that I do. Wait, what? Her is 20 years old? I thought that movie came out in 2013. Is Her that old? What year did Her come out? Oh, Pirates of the Caribbean. I was gonna say, it was like, I didn't think Her was that long ago. Okay, fair enough. I mean, Pirates of the Caribbean makes sense. That sounds right. To me, at least. You wish you didn't forget to get more sesame seeds yesterday? I don't know how to pronounce that, but it sounds like it would have sesame seeds in it. You know, it's funny. Okay, so Rel, I think is how you say that in the YouTube chat, says, so what do we do when elections are just AI? Same as the politicians? Like, okay, so sorry to just have like a politics second here. In the recent New York election, Andrew Cuomo's like campaign towards the end was literally just him making AI videos about why the other guy was bad. And nobody voted for him. Well, he didn't get elected. I think that's what happens when, like, politicians become AI, at the very least. People go, fuck that, and move on with their lives. So, you know. Also, like, hasn't Finland had, like, an AI party that's governed by a model for, like, a decade now? I'm pretty sure that's just been a thing for a while now. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, also not much changes, because, like, most of the stupid old politicians that don't realize how dumb it looks are just doing that anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. It's almost like, I guess, like, if I take the question more in, like, the abstract sense of, like, so what happens when elections become AI? Well, I mean, if we lose the ability to vote and, like, an AI just decides who's elected, then we're already fucked. It doesn't really matter at that point. Like, truly? Like, at that point, that's just, then we're just literally in techno-fascism. Instead of just, like, pseudo-techno-fascism. Okay, but, like, if Grok takes over the world as Mecha Hitler, I'm just sitting here and waiting for the rise of Castle Wolfenstein. We need our buff dude with shotgun. And I know how this story ends, so we'll be fine. I've played that game. I'm sure there's enough cosplayers in the world that we can build that suit of armor. Rook, I'm sure we can. You know, honestly, I have to say that the soundtrack of the Machine Games Wolfenstein games is like the part of those games that I still go back to the most. Anyone can be a buff dude with a shotgun. I mean, as 80s action heroes proved, with enough steroids, anything is possible, crap. Oh, boy. You need to play Doom Eternal again? Good soundtrack on that game. You could find a Blazkowicz? Hell yes. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, when it comes to this, like, fucking clown show of a world we live in, at this point, my goal and the way I try to deal with this stuff is try and look at shit with a relatively open mind. Praise uses of the software where everybody gets paid and people stay employed. Condemn and do your best to avoid applications of the technology that are doing damage to people's employment, and mock and make fun of people that are trying to ruin the planet with it and don't use it and don't help it. And whenever any kind of policy arrives to minimize its negative effects, vote for it. And in the meantime, try and stay positive. The technology is not going anywhere. It's just what its accepted use cases become. On its surface, I have no problem with the technology, but I could say the same thing about cryptocurrency. The reality is all of the problems I have with it are the use cases and the popular use cases. You know, like image generators, in theory, I have no issue with. It's people using image generators to generate images of other people without their consent, doing things that they're not consenting to, that bothers me. The actual image generators I got no real issue with. I mean, like, I'm not a huge fan of people, you know, trying to replace actual quality art with that kind of nonsense, because it's ugly. And that's about it. Exactly, Ferlin. Or Ferlvin. If the price gets high enough, it might actually go away. Yeah, but like, I need some new RAM. Or some more RAM, rather. I've got 32 gigs of RAM. And like, recent videos I've been editing have been like almost capping that out towards the end of the editing process. And I've decided that I probably need some more RAM at some point. And so I'd like the price to go down. Could we make the price of RAM go down first? The iron statue of Cooler Profanebad is an exceptionally designed image of the Forgotten Beast. It is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the Forgotten Beast in the depths of the world in year 1. And I'm going to put a Kenton memorial right next to it. No. I kind of want to know what happens, though. Jetpack tuxedo? Don't make me go try it. Also, I don't want ChatGPT to store my information. Which is why I don't use it. Actually, that's not totally true. I used it a couple of times to make haikus to show my mom that it works. That's literally it. And the second haiku that it made wasn't a good haiku. Granted, this was like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago or something. And I use a local model to generate YouTube tags for me. Because I can't be asked to, like, look at what the current high SEO tags are on YouTube. Gamers Nexus just announced that top-tier RAM prices have jumped 30% in the last 3 months. Only 30%? It seems closer to like 80, but maybe that's because I'm in Canada. Like, that seems low in comparison to the prices that I've seen, but... Oopsies. Missed that last table click. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look at graphics cards. Mr. Spoo. Graphics cards still haven't really recovered from the, like, crypto boom. Hi, I'm in Canada, not the US. Which is why I'm saying that seems low. I stand by that statement. So the fortress almost fell to a forgotten beast that breathed fire, and in response, the dwarves get a bigger tavern. I think this is a quality celebration. What do you think, chat? Needs some decorating, but I'm sure we'll get it there. It's a hell of a quote. Valrin. All these dwarves singing. And performing dances. I wonder how good you are at singing. He's a skilled liar, so he'll lie about how good he is at singing. Dabbling singer. Alright, so he is lying. He's a competent musician, though, so he knows what he's doing, and he knows he's bad. You don't like Google AI on the search engine? It's hard to find legit information. No, I completely agree. I mean, I feel like I've been barking up a tree for quite a while now with a lot of people I know in real life about how, like, the internet's getting worse, and everybody just kind of looks at me and go, the internet's terrible already. But, like, I don't think... I think people are starting to, like, smarten up to the idea that, like, yes, things like Wikipedia depleting and like not getting as much traffic is not a good thing. So I don't know. Seems like slowly the world's smartening up. It just takes a while. I remember hearing a Tumblr post saying the same thing over a longer form, but I'm paraphrasing to give the comments section some room to breathe. Ah, that's fair. I want to say that that's a quote from something. Like, I've definitely seen that somewhere before. Maybe a Tumblr post or a screen grab of a Tumblr post, but I don't have a Tumblr account, so unlikely. Although people on Tumblr have always had a habit of finding a post that goes viral and then just quoting it ad nauseum forever. Similar to, like, you know, how a lot of those sites work. It's gonna take a little bit to actually properly clean this up, but this thing's starting to look pretty lit. I mean, I've been using LibreOffice actually for years, which is funny because, like, that was maybe the easiest transition thing for me swapping to Linux. Because it was just like, well, it's the free thing. Oh, also, speaking of, like, ethical uses of machine learning technology, I personally think that auto captions on videos on the internet actually like a very useful, good case, because not everybody can hear. you know? There are good cases. Although, there is an argument to be made in favor of like the meta glasses that are just covered in cameras, which is if you don't have working eyes. Why did the camera just jump me down here? Oh. I had a gremlin just turn my power off. That's fun. There's an argument to be made in favor of like the meta AI glasses, which is if you have no working vision, it's technology that could see for you in like a small form factor, which is interesting. But the reality is like all of the actual use cases for it are like just people being creepy. It's this dwarf. See, I'm weird when it comes to AI voices in video games. Because if it's taking away work from voice actors, I agree. That sucks. However, here, let me give you an example. There's a band I like called Unleash the Archers. They released a album, I don't know, last year, maybe the year before, in the last 2 years, which is pretty great. And the whole thing is like very heavily themed around artificial intelligence. Common talking point, even. And for the album cover art, they did something kind of interesting. They hired an artist and got them to paint a very, very, very large number of paintings, scanned them in, trained a model on it, and generated album art for it, using that artist's paintings. And they paid them for their work. A bunch of people got mad at them for doing that, because it did kind of have that AI sheen ugliness to it. I think that's an ethical use of the technology. So, if a studio hires a voice actor, and in their contract it says that they can train a model using that voice actor's voice, and in the context of that product, they can reuse their voice going forward, presumably with some sort of royalties involved, that makes sense to me. Like that is a logical use of that technology. For the same reason that like a programmer can take a bunch of really repetitive, monotonous typing and push a button and it's done. Like, it depends on the situation. It's just a Vocaloid with extra steps. Well, sure. not really, but... So it's like, yes, I agree with you. Like, if somebody just goes to, like, AI voice website number 42, generates a bunch of voices and puts it in their video game uncredited, and just says I used AI, fuck you. If somebody hires somebody, trains a thing, as an in-house tool, that doesn't bother me. So it's like, it's not the technology that bugs me, it's how it's being utilized. What was I doing? I was doing a thing. I need armor. Let's just see. What are we short on? Let's see, take my 3 squads. We're short on greaves, helms, a lot of helms, boots, and gauntlets. Iron greaves. Iron helm. Iron boot. Boot. No. High boot. Iron. Gauntlet. Let's just do 30 of each. And I will tell my melee squads to replace clothing after this. Let's also top you off. Making easily understandable lyrics sometimes, only if they're speaking in the language they're supposed to. People have already done that, Shadow, but... I mean, I've had people make AI voices out of me, and I'm offended and kind of disgusted whenever I see it. Because, one, you're not paying me, and two, you didn't ask for my likeness rights. So, like, Markiplier probably gets thousands per day. Well, because the old Dwarf Fortress fish tanks used to be powered by DF Hack's smart macros system, basically. So like it would just take piles of macros and stack macros on macros. Okay, so we've got an artifact that's happening. There you are. I don't think that should be something that you have to do. Although at the same time, I would also argue that that could be a very sketchy thing because like there's a lot of independent films that are filmed in public. And by that, I mean, like, there's a lot of things that require being able to film in the public. And if there's, like, one person who has issues with their likeness rights, it's a whole, like, format of media that suddenly unexists itself. Also, that would make, like, filming news broadcasts a fucking nightmare. But... I'm open to the idea. It might be something that would be necessary. Even if, like, there's going to be, like, knock-on effects from that. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me that Fox is not powered by AI yet? I don't think it's going to take 10 years for them to do that. An AI actress, my ass. Sorry, but I saw that, like, story popping up and burst out laughing and, like, got up and left the computer for an hour. I took a break and ate lunch. I was like, fuck this. I need to go do something else for a minute. I mean, you could legally change your name to it and then you're good as it. All right, well, goblins haven't attacked me in a minute. So I'm going to go ask them not nicely. Actually, let's just go to this. Please don't loot other items. Thank you. And Brayden, I'm also going to send you out. We're going to go see if we can get some fun stuff. Dark Goblin. Ooh. A bunch of books. Just going to raid, but don't steal other items. Sending out the pointy sticks and the cuts of swords. I'm sorry, is that a Terminator quote, Laia? Or is this 40k shit? Not unless they die. Made some music. Or got captured. I don't generally run into that issue. Like, it happens very rarely, but when I look into it, there's usually an explanation as to why it happened. So I'm a little bit mixed as to how big of an issue that seems to actually be, at least in at the times I've run into it, because it seems to really just be like something that infrequently happens. But as far as like squads not coming back. That's pretty good. Let's got ourselves a legendary armor smith down here doing our mock's work. Should be Microsoft Samish, but it depends. Samish. Are those green glass forges? Correct. Them's are magma smelters. Sounds like it wouldn't work. Don't worry about it. As green glass is magma safe and perfectly fine and functional. I mean, yeah. Just because it wouldn't work in real life doesn't mean it, like, wouldn't work in a video game. As this is. Most definitely. Hold up. Wow, wow, that was quick. I sent a squad off to Devil Brigand. They snuck in undetected by the ill monsters of the Witch of Silence. Sorry, that's a great series of words. And we stole a bunch of books. Including The Pits in Theory. And Bad Men, My Life. The book name of the year goes to Bad Men, My Life. The hidden meaning of dang. I know that it's the hidden meaning of dang past me nightmares? I just like hidden meaning of dang. Oh, that's funny. What, the hidden meaning of dang or like Bad Men, My Life? I think both of those are pretty good. It's so fucking funny. We gotta read Bad Men, My Life. This is a lead-bound codex. The written portion consists of a 114-page guide entitled Bad Men, My Life. This is Dwarf Fortress Twilight. Authored by Strodino Uslaslot. It concerns the fortress Bad Men. Oh, that's disappointing. The writing is as vivacious as it can be. Overall, the prose is passable. It's definitely Twilight. Siege Operator has created Mogshahalgloyam, a rhyolite bed, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of a family ancestor, Adil Rare Knives, also known as Gabe Newell. Dwarf Fortress is just killing it with the dumb names today. Where's your bed, Dwarf? Or where's your bedroom, Dwarf? Well, here. It's your family heirloom. You can has your bed. This is a Rhyolite bed. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of oval Rhyolite cabochons and round dayside cabochons and single-cut green zircons. This object menaces with spikes of Rhyolite and green zircon. On the item is an image of Lycott Lancewaved, the dwarf and dwarves in Forgotten Beast Bone. Lycott Lancewaved is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf Lycott Lancewaved to the position of Baron of the Lance of Men in the year 16. Nice. On the item is an image of a long six-sided prism in green glass. On the item is an image of dwarves and cave spiders.
Hope all is well.
Enjoy your lurking, Curses. Appreciate you, man. I'm pretty tired today, so today's not going to be a super long stream, but appreciate the lurks, mate. The arc relates to the foundation of Trumnpetmurdered by the Song of Wind of the Lance of Men in the early spring of 257. On the item is an image of the abysmal silvers, the one perfect clear zircon in iron. On the item is an image of a tetrahedra in green zircon. Something I have to say about Gabe Newell, also because we're complaining about AI today. I do have to say that one of my favorite, like, how do I put this? One of my favorite things about the announcement of the Steam machines is it's so completely refreshing to like follow and see a tech-related product get announced and then see people who worked on it go around talking about it with little to no mention of AI whatsoever. It's really nice. And they also content ID you if you stream it. I've tried. Shadow. Although Shadow, if you want, you could like plug a tape deck into your computer and then just put it on there, or burn it. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Curses, by the way? Like Gunmetal posted. Any advice on finding kidnapped kids in a Goblin Fortress? Like physically finding them in adventure mode? Check every single door. They'll be in a bedroom somewhere, assuming they're still there. Or the tavern on the surface, or walk around the edge of the surface if there's camps. You may also just never find them. They may be dead. But they're either in one of the bedrooms or they are in a camp on the surface. On the edge. Yes, I agree. I did only sleep for like 5 hours last night, so I'm holding it together pretty okay, I think. I've only had my brain shut off a couple times. I can't wait to go to bed, Rotten, so wish I was you right now. I'm actually just gonna reassign crossbows to these dwarves. Some dwarves that aren't able to find crossbows, I'm starting to suspect that might have something to do with them not being accessible for one reason or another. It doesn't take that far to dig down, Zagurb. You're trying to build a fort inside the third cavern layer and it takes ages? I don't know. I've never had issues doing that. I've done it a couple times. YouTube chat. So maybe I'm the wrong person to ask. Yeah, no, last night I got to sleep at a decent hour, but I didn't actually, or I got to bed at a decent hour, but I didn't actually fall asleep until about 2 o'clock in the morning. It's very much staring at the ceiling day. I got Drothlas? Hold the fucking phone. So we just pillaged cobra spiders, which are two things that shouldn't be combined. We attacked the artificial malice of the Wraith of Crescents at Cobra Spiders, and the Dwarf Volbok led the attack. The defenders are led by Lonongo Head Horrors. Horrors, not whores, you heard me. And we outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers are strong position advantage. Struck down a bunch of goblins. Chill ankle? I wish my ankle would chill when it hurts. And at the bottom, they seized livestock. So are you... I guess they just haven't entered the map yet. Hold on, I gotta slaughter a bunch of things anyway. So are you telling me, game, that I just acquired a bunch of cavern critters from the goblin? I know that, like, Tarn has talked about how they can now tame more different things. But, like, I've domesticated Drothlas now? Huh. And bug bats? Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do with those aside from slaughter them. I don't really want to, but these bug bats are kind of adorable. There's Dominok. With their 11 other kills. Let's give them a chance to go get new gear. Except this squad, I'm going to go to this dwarves uniform, details. I'm going to set uniform replaces clothing. I'm going to go here and say metal arm, or let's just say metal full. And then I'm going to go here and then I'm going to assign metal full. Now they are going to strip all their clothes off. And actually wear shoes. What's the tamed pets? Bug bats, Drothlas, or wait, where did I get them, or what are they? Bug bats, Drothlas, beak dogs. Hold up. Bug bats, Drothlas, and beak dogs. Yeah, bug bats, Drothlas, and beak dogs is what we were able to get. Witch fork? Witch fork isn't the spoon! Don't ever show these goblins a spork. They'd be so confused. I'm going to go and raid Demon Judge. After the pointy sticks are finished updating their stuff. But first they gotta go get the rest of their new equipment. What's a Drothla? A Drothla is like, I've heard them described as like a cave horse. They're cavern horses, basically. They're like a giant grazer that lives in the cavern layers, and they eat like grass. They're a pretty good like leather / meat livestock. They usually live in the first cavern layer, but the goblins have tamed them already, so I didn't need to do that, which is nice of them. Good news, I saw my first battering ram. Bad news, everyone's dead. I love the Dwarf Fortress community at the moment, because right now everybody's just like, yeah, these are Drothlas. And then these are Beak Dogs. But Drothlas. I love the Dwarf Fortress community at the moment because everybody's like, guess what? I just saw battering rams, although everybody died. Everybody's kind of like in this same zone where it's just like, oh, this is super exciting and good news. Also, everyone's dead. Ah! I kind of love it. It's just really funny. This squad's can also go to Metal Full. I'm also gonna make iron breastplates. You got a battering ram and lived? So did I! And then I died later to a battering ram. Can dwarves build battering rams? No. They also can't recover the goblin battering rams. Put all the Drothlas up here. Same with the Beak Dogs. And the Bug Bats. Kind of hoping I'll steal some dragons, actually, but... And also elk birds. I turned into ingots? Yeah. I don't know. I kind of... I agree with one person I saw in my comments section, which was, I wish that we could recover them, and I agree. Because I wish that I could, like, put them on a pedestal, you know? We also stole some elk birds and a beak dog. Because we snuck in undetected against the ill monsters of the Witch of Silence again and stole some more books. Such as The Denial Uncovered. I also stole livestock. Or turn them around to assault heavily armored enemy forts. That would be interesting. I wouldn't be against that. Fishery. The dwarven caravan has arrived. All right. And one of my dwarves gave birth to a baby girl. We've upgraded the tavern, but it does need some additional furniture. But I do think the tavern looks really nice now. I mean, it's significantly larger than it was. It's certainly been embiggified. I need to go up to here and rebuild this sucker. Which means I need to go down to here, act on this, act on that, act on that, act on that. And over to there. Cow died and your dwarves won't remove the corpse. If you make a dump zone in the zone screen, you can set it to be dumped and they will remove it from the corpse. They will remove it from the cage that way. That's probably the most straightforward way to do it. Or you could also do that, like Crab says. The outpost liaison meets with us, and they say, let's discuss your situation. You've continued to impress. We've come in to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. I'm just going to request black cap logs. They want figurines and seeds. Finished goods bin. Flasks are apparently contraband. That's not ideal. But yeah, I'm sorry about your cow. Gunmetal unicorn. I've had stuff like that happen where I just feel really bad. It's like, and something about this just feels wrong. You know, chat, thank you for today. Today's been fun. That's about it. That's all I really got. Today's been fun. The mayor's been reelected. Let's go here. Cloak. Are we about to have another song? No? Oh, we're playing the night creature music. Feels so terrible. How long did she suffer? Probably about 2 months. It's about how long it takes. It doesn't take that long. I mean, if you go and watch the VODs for my Fortress Brain Rot, which was one of the last forts I did before the Siege update, I was literally catching my own dwarves in cages so that I could starve them to death, so that I could use necromancers to resurrect them into zombies without their bodies being damaged. Don't feel too bad. I guess what I'm trying to say is I've done worse. I like how my broker is refusing to trade right now because they're too busy reading Denial Uncovered. Oh. By the way, the Dead Walk, we've been informed to hide while we still can. It's time to close this real quickly. And turn the inner burrow on. Chat, can I get Vile Force of Darkness, please and thanks. One of my armies ain't here at the moment. Here's hoping they ain't gone for too long. I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go to places, and I'm gonna go to siege engines, and I'm gonna say operate everything except for these 3. Frame rate's dropping. Down to 30, that's fine. What the heck is that? Huh. Look at that face. It's like their faces are rotted off now. The zombie ball. The zombies do in fact use blob tactics now, don't they? Oh. Fight card cancels item drop off. That literally fixed the frame rate. Oh, maybe it didn't. It did a bit. It helped. Not much, but it did help. Ooh. I like how they appoint chiefs now. I'm sorry, this... It's like Goblin Tooth Earring, Gorilla Hair Amulet. Monkey. Snail is tantruming. Yeah, the frame rate went down to about 30. Okay, so this item is causing some sort of problem. Like, I'm not sure why UDIB, this dwarf. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do something. This is gonna seem a little silly. Nobody does this. Ha! Can't haul if there's no hauling permitted. Okay, that's weird. Because it's a Forgotten Beast's corpse, is why it's so heavy. What if I go up here? Just nick that one in the bud. It's like it's forbidden, but like... That's bizarre. Like, that's actually kind of weird. How about exterminate item? I think I'm going to do that. Like, auto dump, destroy it. But first I'm gonna actually do a real quick save and continue playing. And report this. Yeah, because, like, forbidding it should fix it. No? I just send the save file over, because they're never that big. Shadow. Send it to Putnam or Tarn. Whoever downloads it first. As far as, like, transporting items above and below ground, YouTube chat, oh, nope. Okay, so that actually wasn't the issue item then. It was the bag they were holding. Weird. We're in an ad break. I will just let this ad finish. That's not the recommended uniform for raiding the goblin enemy, but he's doing his best, okay? I'm just gonna remove you from the military, actually. You're fired, Asmil. Just... It's for the best. Literally a skimmy and a boot. Exactly. I don't think that it's unusual for somebody to get advertisements for Black Ops 7 on a video game stream. I feel like that there's things that you can get like conspiratorial about when it comes to advertising. I don't think marketing for Black Ops 7 is one of those things. I mean, I wanted him to at least bring a helmet. His head might get hit with something. Telling Artho, like, okay, I get it. If a dwarf wants to go in with 2 shoes and a helmet and a sword and a shield, it's up to them. The rest is like their own important possessions getting damaged. There's a good chance this squad comes back after these guys are attacking us. Oh, pointy sticks have returned. Where did they? Uh-oh. So, chat, I got good news and I got bad news. Which one do you want first? The good news is my squad's back. And they all returned safely. The bad news is they're right behind the enemy army. I say fuck it, charge. Because most of them are pretty talented, some of them more than others. I mean, like, see, we got Axe Lords, and, like, this one here is shirtless. I'm pretty sure they didn't leave shirtless. Well, at least you're fully armored, Vabok. Somebody's got the correct uniform. Well. Instant martial trance. Stunned. Tired. Who came in behind you? So we got Ineth, the Axe Lord. Also stunned. Here comes Vabuk, the legendary in the almighty. Vabuk. If Vabuk survives this dwarf is an absolute fucking god. Someone's doing some damage up here. Ineth, the Axe Lord, has like just crunched through the center. We've got Shortass, the Marks dwarf, with an axe. And Iden as well. We've also got some backups, including Zephon, the Holy Cradle, and Dominok. We'll follow Dominok, who's holding It All Begins with the Goblin, and it ends with violence. I think we won. Siege is over. We did lose Big L and Ming, which is a huge shame. But honestly, I think we've got a pretty strong squad here. Ineth here got some injuries. I mean, he appears to have gotten struck, even though he parried it. Got some sort of injuries. Seems to have just embedded a lot of things. Oh, he got charged and knocked over. Sure. Blocked a lot of hits. I mean, how many kills did you get, Mr. Axe Lord? 3 notable kills and 14 humans, zombie humans, and 2 zombie goblins. Zoblins, as I'm calling them. Back to training dwarves. Vabok back here. Stabbed. Oh, wow. Vabok was the one who took out the leader? Oh, man. The Putrid Slayer. I'm going to name you Chief. Because that was their title, right? Yeah, Chief Putrid Slayer. Stabs him in the head and the injured part is cloven asunder. After biting them in the upper body, which tore their muscle, punched them, bent the knee, punched them so hard it bent their knee, smashed their upper arm with a pommel of their short sword so hard that it smashed it into the body in an unrecognizable mass. I say, hats off to that. Zombism, this type of zombie is not, no. Husks can, but only sometimes. Husks are a very specific kind of zombie. Besides, this was my dwarf biting the zombie, not the other way around. Like, I maintain that one of my favorite descriptions I ever saw in Dwarf Fortress. I like how this dwarf just literally has a melon in their backpack. It's like, did you bring a lunch? Yep, what do you have? A melon? Just like a full fucking melon. I love it. One of my favorite things is when dwarves bring snacks with them, and it's just like, what'd you bring? A papaya. It's like, hell yeah, man of my people. This dwarf's horrified after being attacked by the dead, but it's okay. They have poor memory, so they'll forget it. The dwarf bit the zombie, yes. She did, in fact. What's her biting skill? I mean, she's a competent biter, so it's not surprising that she did some damage with it. Yeah, she bites them in the upper body, tearing the muscle. Latched on firmly, and then proceeded to punch them in the leg. Also slashed them a whole lot of whipping with it. Slapping them with the side of the sword as well. And that was after the martial trance wore off. Lots of stabbing, too. Also stabs a human swordsman corpse in the head with an iron short sword, tearing the muscle and shattering the skull and tearing apart the brain. I think my squad is pretty strong at this point. It doesn't have the original soundtrack it is in it. I want to say it's buried somewhere in the files. It doesn't play by default now. So that, like, slappy, flappy, boppy guitar thing that Tarn does is free in the free version and was rewritten and is the main menu music now. So, I mean, technically that riff is in it because it was rewritten by Dabu and Simon. But, like, that was literally just one song, so... I could tell you for a fact that all that stuff's on the Steam Workshop if you just want to load it all up and in. What was I looking for? Siege Engines, that's what I'm looking for. But yeah, if you're looking for that one specific tune, like, it still exists. You. And Meng. I'm gonna give this one to Chief, my militia captain. You've earned, it's great when we all have a chance to be married. You know, actually, I think these squads have deserved a break. Or deserve a break. Should be allowed to go rest. The main menu music does play sometimes, yeah. Why is it a very weird publishing decision? They literally hired a fan musician to rewrite a piece of music, who wrote a whole fan soundtrack for the game, remix most of the more beloved fan soundtracks for the game, continue making more music for the game, and the old guitar loop that Tarn recorded on a webcam microphone like 20 years ago still exists if you want that. You can just go get it, because Tarn didn't want to put it in. Like, I don't know why it's a weird publishing decision. If you like that old piece of music, the music is moddable. You can add more music to the game if you like by dropping it into a folder, go download it, and plop it in. You can do that if you like. And this isn't a weird publishing decision. It's your weird monkey brain. You said it, not me. You want a surviving military dwarf. I presume from that squad. Do you want a beard or no beard? If this is a problem that you have with the game, go fix it. For Panda. I personally, like, kind of hated the original music and turned it off almost immediately. Not that it was bad, like, it's a good riff, but it is only like 4 minutes long, and it does loop forever. Unless you're talking about the Simon soundtrack, in which case, that's not the original soundtrack. So, that's it. Beard, please. I am a little bit heartbroken with Simon and with Simon's soundtrack of it for the game, though, for one reason, being my dear. Oh, that's an S, not a Z, or not an X. Simon's soundtrack Dabu's soundtracks do not use the word that I used to use, the series of dwarven words to refer to lava the same way I do. I used to always call it heatstone, and they don't call it that when lava's mentioned, and that makes me sad. Sure, it's a very distinct piece of music, and I certainly listened to it for the first, like, 10 hours I listened to it for. But the audio quality is terrible. And it's mono. The new soundtrack is not mono. And also includes a re-recorded version of that very theme that you're talking about. Which, if you haven't heard it, or noticed it, have you opened your ears up recently? Have you listened? So if I mute the game... and go to Dwarf Fortress, official soundtrack, which I've downloaded. I need to find it in this list. Why are these sorted by size? That's weird. Oh, no, that's not the right one. I can read. There it is. Like, this is literally the original theme. So, like, like, that is the riff. And if that don't work for you, then, I don't know, quit complaining. All right, so, this dwarf. Oscar. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding after seeing an elf's dead body. He has a very calm demeanor after experiencing trauma in 265 and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is given to flight's fancy and doesn't often feel lustful. He prefers to present himself modestly and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and can handle stress. After receiving justice through a criminal's conviction in 264, he occasionally overindulges, needs alcohol to get through the working day, doesn't really care about outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather, doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds sacrifice to be the highest of ideals. Disdains the law, respects power, and does not care about friendship. What a dwarf. He's got a broken toe. Handful of friends. One notable kill and 2 others. Hell of a dwarf, I say. Okay. It's not missing a piece that you're so used to. It's not missing anything because creatively the developers of the game opted to use a new version of that piece. If you want that piece of music, go download it. My point is that thing still exists if you want it. You know what it also doesn't include? It doesn't include the old intro. I miss that dearly, but but I don't bitch about it. Because that thing still exists. If I want to go see it, I just go download version 47 and look. Just like you can take the sound files from version 47 and plop it into this game, delete all the other sound files, and just hear that music all the time. If that is a deal breaker for you, that still exists. I don't understand why you're bitching at me about it. I like this dwarf. It's a good dwarf. It's always nice to see dwarves improve when bad things happen to them. Standing in and dying in one of your block shallow water channels? Are they stuck in your fort? That sounds like the sort of pathing you see when things are stuck somewhere. And Shark, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. The Waynes love me audio files and that because of that one meme. Just take live recordings of Kiss with just the vocal stems, nothing else. And you can just hear, "Do you kids like Bud Light?" constantly. Quite possibly one of your favorite features. I mean, I made a whole video about that. Yeah, I don't know. Apologies for being like kind of a douche, I guess, but at the end of the day, I'm not the place to air grievances, I guess, about this version of the game. I don't pretend to be. And if you feel bothered enough by this version of the game to complain about it, don't complain to me, because I'm not the place to complain. Especially when it comes to stuff like that. And at the end of the day, if it's not actually a complaint, it's literally just it's missing a thing that you're used to, go put it back in. Nobody's stopping you. You have the power. That's all. Huh? Why would that change anything? Jetpack? I don't think of for your fortress is that love the siege update. One design flaw I didn't think of for your fortress is that goblins can use flying mounts. Yes, they can. What did they fly in on? Daniel C. Out of curiosity. I think I'm complete. Cave dragons don't have wings. Cracker lacquer. I guess I'm not sure what you're referencing, Jetpack Tuxedo. Whatever this is, it's going over my head. Ancient Seinfeld bit? Right. Okay, that would be why I have no idea what you're talking about. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen things from Seinfeld. Oh, I haven't traded yet. Should probably do that. Grab this squad and just be like, please go get more gear. Oh, they're literally putting all of their old clothes away. I don't know how I feel about this dwarf. It was just like, the only thing I'm going to use is 2 shoes and this sword. Like, I really respect the commitment to the bit, but at the same time, Why is your highest priority putting your old clothes away and not equipping armor? I kind of like it. Maybe you're zany. Are you zany? Well, you're hateful. He just wants to show people his high stamina. That's all it is, really. What's funny is he doesn't seem to be even remote. He was mildly irritated after wearing old clothing, but doesn't seem to care about the fact that he's naked. Like, some dwarves are just like, oh no, I'm naked, I'm horrified. And then some dwarves like this guy's just like, I don't give a shit. Let's try reassigning the armor. And presumably, they'll equip new stuff. I mean, he's not fully naked. He has one shoe on, Shawdad. Nope, literally does not care. All right, well, in that case, I will set these dwarves as off-duty for a minute and just let them go, put their stuff away and re-equip it. It's got to just be, like, in my moat or something. It actually wouldn't surprise me if this dwarf has, like, claimed gear and it's just, like, sitting in my moat and, like, they just can't get to it. That actually wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I've definitely seen stuff like that happen before. I mean, this dwarf could in fact go star and brave. Why did? Okay, now what? I understand that this pair of pants was damaged. Why do you have 2 pairs of pants on? Asmil? Why? Don't you put on a shirt and a dress? That would be crazy. I will occasionally pause every single job in the fortress and then just burrow them in the tavern for a bit, so they make friends. I've done a couple of those in this fort, but I don't usually schedule it, or sometimes I say that I will and then immediately forget, which is actually the more common one. Is that I'm like, I'm gonna like make this the time of year for the festival, and then I never do it again because I forget. That dwarf definitely has 2 legs, let me tell you. Any massive enemy waves yet? Not in a minute. I mean, we did win a siege against a not small zombie army. Oh, actually, I'd be willing to bet they're trying to claim armor out here. Against a not small zombie army. We only lost 2 dwarves. But the zombies don't build. They just, like, move smarter than they used to, but they're actually not that big of a threat. Outside of the first one that they sent, where they had a necromancer that summoned a bunch of nightmares. That was actually kind of freaky. But we've had a couple goblin sieges that have built over the wall, which has been exciting. Not today, though. That was yesterday. Almost lost the fort a couple times to various sieges. I'm just trying to, like, deplete these zombies so that we can go after the goblins proper, because they're the ones that... The goblins and the humans and the dwarves have the most variety. They've sent battering rams a few times, which has been interesting. But yeah, I wish that there was some more official mechanics to do things with. Celebrations of sorts. Every now and again, police cars make sounds that I'm not used to hearing, and it, like, startles me. Like, they have this, like, blip sound that almost sounds like a Nintendo, like, going haywire. They usually use it to, like, get through lights, but I hear it very infrequently, and every now and again I just hear, like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, what the shit is that? I just heard it for, like, the 2nd time in my life. It's the weirdest sound ever. All right, chat room. I gotta be honest. I slept for, like, less than 5 hours last night. I think the plan is I'm gonna wind down for the day. Tomorrow we will finish this upgrade to this system. I'm going to make this into more of a reservoir as well as a lava redistribution system. We're going to see if I can build like a automated lava geyser or something similar around this area. And see what else we can do. But don't run off because we are going to raid somebody. Oopsies. But YouTube chat, if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. Normal time for more dwarfs. Friday this week, we're going to stream some Mountain Blade because I want to play that new DLC. It looks really silly and I haven't played that game in 5 years. So, yeah. I'm going to reinstall Mountain Blade tonight probably because that game is big enough that it actually takes like 10 minutes to download. So thanks for watching, YouTube folks. If you want to raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. Normal time. All right. Yeah, I can feel myself getting a wee bit cranky, so it's like, all right, it's time to call it, I think, before I say something stupider. But chat, thanks for hanging out today. We are going to go raid somebody who's playing RimWorld because my team's annual charity fundraiser is happening. So it's a relay race, but with RimWorld saves. So they start with one person, and 5 days later, another person has it. And they just, every 4 hours, somebody else gets the save file, and it's like a big old raid train that goes 24 hours. So it's actually kind of interesting to watch as it evolves and whatnot. Raising money for Doctors Without Borders. Over the last, like, 5-6 years, these events have been happening. Our crew has, like, commutatively raised, like, over $500,000 US for Doctors Without Borders. So we're going to go watch some potatoes. And I just lost connection to my Twitch chat. You still there, guys? Hopefully you can still see me. That'd be awkward. Looks like it. Welp. So I need you guys to go grab your favorite raid emotes. They can be mine.